wrote this one because I love you, and I want you to love me too, girl.
I just want to love the way you love. I love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love the way you love. I love the way I love you.
You my GRL, I'm looking at you. The look in my eye, you can tell that I wanna know you, better yet show you that I treat you right, this I owe ya. The feelings I feel are not obscene. It's no secret I'll go in public and scream. I'll LOV you, my baby girl. The feeling's so true, we can make our own world. We were made for each other, I feel like you love. We had a child, we be father and mother. There ain't no other I'd rather spend my time with. This love can endure anything that splits. If it wasn't legit, you wouldn't hear it. I could never be confused by your spirit. We just take it still a rollie cause we both know what we do. I'm in LOV with you.
I just want to love,
baby girl.
Love the way you love.
Love me.
Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to,
hey.
I want to love.
Oh,
love the way you love.
Love me.
Love the way I love you.
I love you, girl. Just relax, 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 just relax. Hold your hand when we in town. Protect this love, even in the underground. Joy to God, eating brunch on a blanket. This God that granted us these days, I thank it. It's no wonder why I'm comfortable with you. It's all the simple things for me that you do. When you rub my back, this feeling so nice. Much more than reunion and ice. It's about the kindness I can see in your face, and the way it's at the right time and place. No other woman I'd rather spend my time with. This love is so fresh I can taste.
I just want to love. Love the way you love. Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love. Love the way you love.
It's about you.
Love the way I love you.
I love you. Just relax, 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 just relax. LOV you, my GRL. What? It's like that.
I know how to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you, despite the system trying to clamp down on the people. People will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to to see us, homeboy. Shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities, several different realities. Enter the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC/master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas. Go figure, it's the card. They call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love your blunts, down your liquors. I read the parallel to the fiction. You're fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, bees like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the Bugatti type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just worry. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable dictions. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, we get men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Father, him the one who protects ya, and the mother, she will never neglect ya. Divine nature, the people respect ya, and in this way I deliver my lecture.
Yo, Rafika, I see you. Check this out though. Check this out. I mean, you're right, and I'm glad you brought that up because this is the actual interview
Treasury
here.
Secretary Scott Bessent. He joins us now with the headlines that he undoubtedly made.
This is the one, I believe. Let's check it.
A critical time to do so, Wilfred.
And then we check some
Scott,
other stuff. We're going to go into the Scott Bessent stuff, and then we will get right into the rest of it.
Good afternoon.
This is crazy.
To you. I sat down with Scott Bessent for a 50-minute conversation. We began about 5 hours ago, but only finished about 2 hours ago because in unprecedented fashion, the interview was interrupted when the president called on the Treasury Secretary to make that short trip across from the Treasury building into the White House to join him in the Situation Room. The conversation picked up a few hours later when he was done in the Situation Room. Here's a little taste of what we discussed about Iran and specifically what they'd been discussing in the Situation Room. Are you starting to think, if this does keep persisting as it is, that the Navy has to go into the Strait of Hormuz to help ships get through, which would have a big effect on...
Look, that was always in our planning, that there's the chance that U.S. Navy or perhaps an international coalition will be escorting oil tankers through. There are, in fact, tankers coming through now, Iranian tankers, I believe some Chinese flag tankers have come through. So we know that they have not mined the straits.
And was that what you were just discussing in the Situation Room?
We were discussing a plethora of things.
Okay, so they pulled him before this part? Hold on, let me see.
Is it your belief that the volume of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz will be improving immediately from now?
It is my belief that as soon as it is militarily possible, the U.S. Navy, and perhaps with an international coalition, will be escorting vessels through.
I thought what stood out to me there is that the Iranians haven't mined the straits, that ships are passing through, even if sporadically, and the very clear implication there, Scott, that the U.S. Navy, possibly with international support, might be going in to aid the passage of ships going forward into the Straits of Hormuz. He also revealed to me that the cost of the war for the United States so far is $11 billion. When asked if there was a number that would lead him to knock on the door of the president and say, Mr. President, we can't afford this anymore, he said, absolutely not. It was a wide-ranging 50-minute conversation on the Master Investor podcast. It should be live in the next couple of hours with
Okay, it's on Sky News, so let me pull that up.
many topics covered, from the background of his investment career, his outlook for the Federal Reserve, inflation and interest rates, and very much more.
Yeah, so that was Scott Bessent, and he didn't get pulled off, but here, let me pull this next video up here.
Yeah, check this out.
Let me see here. I believe it's on let me pull this up over here. Is it here? Let's see here. I believe it's right here. Here we go. I just need to rearrange this a little bit. All right, so let's see. Where is it? Is it this one? Right here, Scott. Let me see. Sky News? Right. I believe it's this one, right? Hopefully. Actually, I thought that was the last video. Let's see here. Is it this one? 2 seconds. No. Scott Bessent. Hold on. Let me go back. I'm sorry. Here it is. Is it this one? Oh, they took this damn video down. They took the video down. Let me see. Here we go. It must be. Is it this one?
I listened to you on
see.
The president wants you. Sorry, the president wants you right away.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No problem at all. See you shortly, Mr. Secretary.
All right. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to see if I can pull this. Is this it
Mr.
right
Secretary,
here?
I have to say, it's a first, I'm sure a last as well, that an interviewee's been pulled away to go to the Situation Room. How was the president? Was he stressed?
No, the president is in great spirits. The Iranian mission is proceeding well ahead of schedule, and I have to tell you, Wolf, that I've a teenager who's considering.
Dude is stuttering his ass off, and what is this all about? This doesn't look right at all.
I listened to you on the.
The president wants you. Sorry, the president wants you right away.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No problem at all. See you shortly, Mr. Secretary.
You can work that in.
Mr. Secretary, I have to say, it's a first, I'm sure a last as well, that an interviewee's been pulled away to go to the Situation Room. How was the president? Was he stressed?
No, the president is in great spirits. The Iranian mission is proceeding well ahead of schedule, and I have to tell you, Wolf, that I've a teenager who's considering military service, and I could give this team my highest compliment, from President Trump to the head of the Joint Chiefs to the Secretary of War. I would say that I would trust my child's life in their hands.
What this is? Did somebody tell him to say that? What kind of weird shit is that to say just out of the blue? Like, I would trust. What the fuck? I can't even figure out what that's supposed to mean. Hold on. What is he talking about?
I listened to you on.
How could he just come back and say something weird like that?
The president wants you. Sorry, the president wants you right away.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No problem at all. See you shortly, Mr. Secretary.
You can work that in.
Mr. Secretary, I have to say, it's a first, I'm sure a last as well, that an interviewee's been pulled away to go to the Situation Room. How was the president? Was he?
No, the president is in great spirits. The Iranian mission is proceeding well ahead of schedule, and I have to
This
tell
some
you,
bullshit.
that I've a teenager who's considering military service, and I could give this team my highest compliment, from President Trump to the head of the Joint Chiefs to the Secretary of War. I would say that I would trust my child's life in their hands.
What? That is weird. And of course, I can obviously see they did change it, I don't know.
Donald Trump just had a full-on meltdown in the Oval Office during a press conference.
Oh shit! 2 seconds. Sorry about that. That is crazy. That is crazy. He obviously didn't seem too comfortable. I mean, was that it? Was that the whole clip? Is that what it was all about? I mean, that man, I don't understand him. You know, it is, whatever it is he was out to achieve, he achieved the opposite. If he wanted to make you feel comfortable sending your kids to the war, he did the opposite. I mean, it's like, why did they even bother? Why did they even bother?
I have to say, it's a first, I'm sure, a last as well, that an interviewee's been pulled away to go to the Situation Room. How was the president? Was he stressed?
No, the president is in great spirits. The Iranian mission is proceeding well ahead of schedule, and I have to tell you, Wolf, that I've a teenager who's considering military service, and I could give this team my highest compliment, from President Trump to the head of the Joint Chiefs to the Secretary of War. I would say that I would trust my child's life in their hands.
Right. So they have some minutes before this. All right. I see what you mean. I'm going to see if I can find the minutes before this and then come back to this. But that is really, really bizarre. And yeah, I didn't get a chance to see this, sadly enough. But I would like to have. I should have seen it. I've just been so busy. That was the one thing that I didn't actually see probably this week. And let me see here. Can I get this clip out? Yeah. And yeah, it is what it is. But you know what? Let me see something. Is this the wrong? This is the wrong clip I have up. I'm sorry. Let me pull this back 2 seconds. Where is it at? Here we go. Yeah, but it is bonkers. In any case, it's totally bonkers. And just watching him speak this way about this, it just doesn't give me, and I don't think anybody in their right mind, any comfort to in terms of what is going on. But nonetheless, we saw Scott Bessent talk his shit. Now let's just keep this in mind. Let's keep this in mind. Scott Bessent is supposed to he's another representative who's been sycophant, who's been, he's part of Trump's cabinet, and he's explaining to all the Americans how everything is okay, right? But when you look at Trump's base is totally ripping him apart now. Like, his base is totally shredding. And again, I listened to some of Nick Fuentes just the other day, right? Just the other day. And it's people like him that helped get Trump elected, like, truly. And listen to what he is saying now. Like, he is totally flipping out on Trump. Like, here, listen.
My message in 26, you could take it or leave it. Don't vote. Don't vote. Do not vote in the midterms. The Republicans have to lose. They have to lose.
He is telling people, do not fucking vote. He's saying Republicans have to fucking lose.
In 26, you could take it or leave it. Don't vote. Don't vote. Do not vote in the midterms. The Republicans have to lose. They have to lose. They have to crash and burn. A cleansing fire is the only thing that will save us. It cannot be fixed. Fuck them. Fuck Trump. Fuck MAGA. Fuck all this stuff. It can't be fixed. Damn. If it could have been fixed, it would have been fixed in 2025, but it wasn't. They made
is he starting to make sense finally? Like, what the fuck?
Every mistake.
He's going scorched earth on it, but he's speaking facts, man. This is the worst thing. I mean, this totally exposes that right wing because, again, I try to explain this to people all the time when I get a chance to. Nobody's forcing you to walk down the street and hold hands with some other person you don't like or some person you're scared of or anything like that. You don't have to even believe in the same things as someone else, but you can still fucking get along reasonably. Okay, especially if getting along reasonably greatly enhances your own fucking life. But what this right wing in the United States has done is they have always voted against your taxes actually providing some sense of security for the people that pay the taxes. The right wing has always been about that, and they've always argued it for the billionaires. They've always argued it for the few rich. You know, they're doing the same thing, always going to fucking war, got loads of money for war, never got fucking money for health care, education, and they literally try to make you feel bad for expecting that your motherfucking tax dollars do something like everybody else's tax dollars in every other fucking Western country. They literally in the US try to make American citizens feel bad about that. So to see somebody like Nick Fuentes say this, he's right, man, because you guys got the wrong fucking idea. I mean, you make bigotry look bad. And that's fucking bad, because bigotry, it doesn't need help looking bad, but they make it look even more worse. You know what I'm saying? They make it look worse than it fucking has to be. It's like, damn, do you have to vote for your own suicide at the same time you're a bigot? I mean, who the fuck taught you how to do that? But that is what they've been doing. So it's great to see Nick Fuentes say this stuff but who's going to listen? Who's going to listen? Do you need $1 million, $1 billion before someone's going to listen to you these days? I mean,
in the midterms,
this is literally the how can I say this? The furthest right you can get in the Trump party. You know what I mean? This is the furthest right as anyone could ever get. I mean, Nick Fuentes was bowdy racist. He was bowdy racist. He is as far right as it gets. And listen to what he's saying. This guy loved him some Trump if it meant you could kick out somebody, kick some fucking immigrants out. He was salivating all over that, looking down on women, black women in general. You don't even have to be black, just women. That's how bad this dude is. And this was Trump. He is the cornerstone of Trump's base. And this is what the man has to say.
the Republicans have to lose. They have to lose. They have to crash and burn. A cleansing fire is the only thing that will save us. It cannot be fixed. Fuck them. Have to lose. Republicans have to lose. Republicans have to lose. The Republicans have to lose.
The Republicans have to lose. Thank you very much. I agree 100% with this guy. If he would accept a beer from me, I would give him one just for that. I'd give him more than just a beer. As a matter of fact, a whole fucking, man, fuck it. Drinks on me the whole night, Nick. What the fuck?
They have to lose. They have to crash and burn. A cleansing fire is the only thing that will save us. It cannot be fixed. Fuck them. Fuck Trump.
Somebody got some intelligence from somewhere. What did he do? Eat the pill or some shit? The blue pill or whatever the fuck they call it. This dude is woke as hell suddenly, yo.
Fuck MAGA.
Listen to what he says. Hold
they
on.
have to lose.
I'm gonna let it play. I'm sorry. You gotta hear this.
They have to crash and burn. A cleansing fire is the only thing that will save us. It cannot be fixed. Fuck them. Fuck Trump. Fuck MAGA. Fuck all this stuff. It can't be fixed. If it could have been fixed, it would have been fixed in 2025, but it wasn't. They made every mistake. Liberation Day, disaster. Doge, disaster. Big Beautiful Bill, disaster. Epstein Files, disaster. Iran, disaster. The personnel, Mike Waltz, disaster. Ratcliffe, disaster. Rubio, disaster. Pam Bondi, disaster. All self-inflicted. Trump personnel, Trump policy, Trump strategy, Trump playbook. We tried it your way. It didn't work. Fuck you.
He can't be any clearer about it. I mean, damn. What It's like, oh my God.
Self-inflicted. Trump personnel, Trump policy, Trump strategy, Trump playbook. We tried it your way. It didn't work. Fuck you. Trump playbook. We tried it your way. It didn't work.
Wow.
Fuck you.
That is
now
insane.
we don't vote. Playbook. We tried it your way. It didn't work. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Donald Trump, Nick Fuentes says what?
Fuck you.
This is crazy.
Fuck you. Now we don't vote. That's the message. Seriously. Can't blame anybody else. Bad advice, bad advisors, Biden's economy. Enough already. It
Thank you. Thank you.
didn't work. We're not voting. I'm staying home, and you know what? I hope the Democrats impeach him. I hope the Democrats impeach all of them. I hope they indict everybody. I hope they depose and compel the release of documents, and I hope they find all the criminal behavior, and I hope it destroys the GOP.
Woo!
I hope it creates a crisis for the GOP so severe that they never recover. And then I hope we get a fucking Nazi to run in 28. And I mean that metaphorically. I don't mean that literally. I hope we get a fucking fascist to run in 28.
What the fuck? Okay, now that's enough. Listen, this is where he went wrong. I mean, just stop. Just stop it. Stop it. I mean, I got to tell you, just the world gets a lot smaller when you're a bigot. Like, that is never, it's always dumb. It is always dumb. Because when you're empowered, you know, you don't have to be a bigot like this. You can just be picky and choosy. Come on, what the fuck? Why don't you want to just pick quality people that, you know, that you handpick? You know, why does it have to be like some sort of description and they have to look a certain way and all of this? That is so shallow. That is so fucking shallow. I'm telling you. But I can see, how many minutes did it take him? About a minute and 48 seconds before he really showed his before he reverted back to his real self. That is crazy. But let me just make sure I'm hearing everything real quick. Let me see.
To burn the GOP down as a dark horse and win the presidency as a right-wing radical. That is my hope. That is my playbook. That's what I want. I don't trust them anymore. They say, we just got to vote for Vance. No, shut up. I'm not listening to you. The same people that brought you this garbage now want to sell you Vance. I'm not listening. You fucking people told me that Trump was going to deliver a golden age in mass deportations and $2 trillion in cuts and charter cities and all this crap. You lied. It didn't happen. Now you're selling us on Vance? I don't think so. I'm not even listening anymore.
Wow.
I'm not voting. And they could say whatever they want. Say whatever you want.
Winter says, doesn't he know that he could just vote for a Democrat? But see, that's the whole point. He would rather die than to vote for a Democrat. So, I mean, he won't go that far, but he will go as far as to not vote. And, and to say this, but I mean, yeah, again, you're asking a logical question. Why doesn't he just vote for a Democrat? I mean, because the Democrats don't want to be bigots. That's the only reason why. Democrats, it's not that they're perfect. They just don't want to fucking be bigots outright. You know, they don't want to be bigots, period. And that's where this guy finds fault in the Democrats. You know what I'm saying? When are they just going to realize everyone wants the same thing? When are they just going to realize that and stop making it about something else? Everybody wants fair housing. Everybody wants a fair wage for a work, for a job. Everyone wants health care. Everyone wants access to education, the education they choose for themselves. You know what I mean? Everyone wants that in the United States of America. pretty much around the world, and they throw it all down the tubes because they would rather give that up than for other Americans to have it. That is insane. Other Americans, like full-fledged Americans that have fought for this country since the beginning of this country, they would rather not have health care and vote against all that shit, fair housing, a fair wage. They would rather vote all of that stuff just to make sure another American who's been in the United States since the beginning, just like them, but just happens to look different, doesn't have a fair wage. So they vote against fair wages. They vote against fair housing. They vote against fair access to education. They vote against every goddamn thing that normal people want through their fucking taxes, especially when you pay that much tax. So this is a real issue in the United States, that we have people that take things too far, taking things too far. And I can promise you, if you have a decent life, the older you get, the less you understand this kind of shit that Nick Fuentes is on as far as the bigotry. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it doesn't make sense. It's self-suicidal. Look, even Hitler, if you just look into the history, man, they created, when they tried to have these, what did they call them? Reinhardt babies or something like that. They tried to make women, blonde-haired women, have children with blonde-haired men. You know, they just used these crazy rules for it, and they created a lot of small gene pool, you know what I'm saying, that backfired. You know what I'm saying? Like, really, I'm serious. That this is what people get to when they have these theories like this. And you know, I really wish people you know, that have these ideas would just, you know, man, don't waste your time, man. Just don't waste your time with it. Don't waste your time. It's really sad. It's really based on ignorance. And again, I'm not saying people shouldn't choose who they want to walk down the street with, or people shouldn't choose who they want to have dinner with, or people should, fine, you choose whoever you want to sit down with or have dinner with, or, you know, to some degree, obviously your private business is yours, you know, maybe not in a public place. You don't get to choose who you sit down with at school, you know what I'm saying, or on the bus. Really, you don't choose that, but you choose who you have dinner with after. Yeah, Reinhardt purity, exactly. You know, you could choose who you take the bus home with. You could choose not take the bus. You could choose who you drive home with in your own car. You can choose who you go out to dinner with and go out to have a beer with, or go out shopping with, go out to party with. But you can't stop other people from enjoying the things that you like too, you know, and if they like those things. Not everybody will anyway. You know what I mean? Some people like jazz. Other people like funk. Some people like folk music. Some people like rock. Some people like rap. Some people like techno. You see what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with your color, you know? And I just really wish people like him would just grow up in the United States. Just grow up, man. Just be American. Just be fucking American, and just let everything else be, you know, because, how many hundreds of years are we going on now? The country started off, people really didn't have it nice. No, in the beginning, nobody. I mean, I don't know how many people noticed what that shit was like. If you do some studying, people didn't have toilets. You know what I mean? They had to go out to the woods in a little wood box. That's what people did, man. That's what people did. They didn't have fucking running water. They were running around, you know, they had it hard, man. The West wasn't one easy. You know what I'm saying? But this guy is like, you know, he's turned it into like a, you know, a whole glory story and shit, you know. But in any case, here, let's hear the rest of this joker, man.
And squirm and struggle and flail around. I am not listening anymore. I am not voting. I am not reasonable anymore. We all played that for the last how many cycles? Were we the reasonable ones? Hold your nose and vote, lesser of two evils.
What's up, Dinovich? Yeah, you should call in, Dinovich.
We can't let the Democrats win. Okay, well, we let the Republicans win. Look at what that has profited us. I know it's profited Israel. I know it's profited Silicon Valley and Wall Street and the rich. What good is that doing us?
Oh, and speaking of that, the fucking stock market looks horrible. The only thing that is up basically is energy, gas, and oil. Sadly enough, this was, you know that this was on purpose. I mean, you could guess that Trump went out Friday, the day before the war, or Thursday, or both, Friday and Thursday, maybe Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and bought a whole bunch of oil stock. You probably $1 billion in oil stock, and then picked up the phone in the middle of the night and said, okay, Netanyahu, it's time to go. And then they embarked on this mission, because that's the only thing you can make money on in the stock market right now. That's basically it. And he claims himself to always, go to he always says, look at the stock market. Look at the stock market. Well, I bet he looked at that stock market, and there's no way he can't be all about that stock market. And this could just be a coincidence, man. I'm serious. Look at the stocks, man. The fucking stocks are not, the market is not doing well. The only thing really doing well is oil. Maybe some other things are hanging on, like gold is hanging on. Gold reached record highs this year anyway, because the dollar was sinking. But now, since we're selling all that oil, which is crazy, because the U.S. has a lot of oil to sell, a lot of the money is driving the dollar up. The oil is driving the dollar up, and when the dollar, people put money in back in the dollar, or they put money in oil, they want to make money. They're taking it out of other things, So yeah, but eventually those things will go back up. Like gold will go back up. This won't last forever, obviously. Yeah, but in any case, let's get on with the main shit today, because this is pathetic, sadly, that things are this way. But it gets worse. It gets worse. Nick Fuentes, I was happy to see him say that. This is not the only thing he said. I mean, he said something like, what did he say? He said something like he said the Democrats were right. He said that the other day, the Democrats were right. And, when a guy like Nick Fuentes says that, there's something very interesting, I think, about that, because again, he is a bigot. I mean, the man is proud to be a bigot. So when he says that means you really pissed this guy off. Like, you really let him down on his bigotry. Like, this reminds me of the movie American X, right? Have you all seen that movie, American X? Let me pull this shit up. American X. This movie was dope. Let me see here. American. Damn. Talk about, I would even say this movie, if you've seen Malcolm X's movie, then you have to see this. This is like the equivalent of Malcolm X, I would say. It's called American History X, except it's about a white guy in America who's a bigot, and, yeah, but who it's played, who played this? Who played it? Yeah, Edward Norton. My God, that's his name, Edward Norton. And he played the hell. Edward Norton, I like Edward Norton, and but he played the hell out of this. I mean, he had me shook. I was like, damn, man, I felt like, damn, this guy is really a bigot, but he played the role so well. But this movie, this reminds me of Nick Fuentes here. The type of bigotry that he's on, and this guy, right? For people that don't know, that have never seen this movie, first of all, you should see it. Anyone who is a bigot, who's a Nazi, who believes in supremacy, and I'm not saying this is the only type of group that has these theories. You have the KKK, you got some black groups out there, you got some, everybody has their little supremacy group. You got some, this is the white Christian version of the Zionists. You know what I'm saying? Basically, if you could call it that. But in any case, this guy, he hates brown people, black people, the same shit as Nick Fuentes, all this stuff. He feels like he's the victim. He feels like everyone else is taking away from his America, right? When everyone else is just living their life, man, minding their business, trying to survive, working hard, you know what I mean? Trying to make it day to day. And someone like him feels like that's harming him, He feels like it's a crime, that he's been treated poorly, that there's an injustice that needs to be corrected in the society. Nonetheless, he ends up killing a black guy because a black guy was roaming around the neighborhood. Maybe he was causing some trouble here and there. He didn't. I don't remember the details of it, but it was typical shit, right? Something very typical. Don't quote me because I can't remember everything about it. But in any case, he ends up having a fight out in the suburbs. He kills the guy on accident, I believe. No, or on purpose. Like he kills the black dude on purpose. He goes to jail for murder. And when he goes in jail for murder, you know, he has these ideas that white Americans are going to take care of each other in jail. So he gets put with the white prisoners, you know, in the American jail. Sadly enough, there's a lot of that goes down like that. Not all of it, but it can be like that in certain federal penitentiaries and things like that. It can be the black people are taking care, you know, they have some way of helping each other. The white people over here, the Mexicans over here, like it's crazy. And then, you know, I think the lower the security level is, the less it's like that. But for the high, you know, the further you go up in the, you know, when you're getting up into serious felons and shit like that, you know, then it becomes more segregated into, you know, strangely enough. But in any case, he thought the white guys were going to look out for him. And what he found out is that, no, they're actually exploiting each other. That's what he found out. And listen, yo, not only did they exploit him, he ended up getting raped by them. That's what he found out. They're fucking around raping each other. Like, seriously. That's what he found out. And when he got out of jail, everyone in this town saw him as a hero, as the white guy that was like standing up for white people. When he got out of jail, he was like, man, you guys need to drop this. His little brother, he tried to tell him, but he didn't know how to tell him that there is none of that pride really in jail. Like it's prejudice, but it's not the prejudice you think it is. It's not the prejudice to lift each other up and to be fair. It's the prejudice of, I will exploit my group, you exploit yours. Yeah, that's crazy, right? So I'm just saying, I said all of that to say, this dude, man, he needs to see that movie. Nick Fuentes.
My message in 26, you could take it or leave it. Don't vote. Don't vote.
He needs to see this movie. Nick Fuentes, he thinks that it's going to be, you know, like he wanted fascism to prevail. He needs to see this movie, you know, and that's my thing. I've gotten to the point where I realize a lot of this shit is just ignorance. So I don't get that deeply offended by stupid people. You see what I mean? But, you know, I think we all have an obligation to try to help each other come out of this and just understand it for what it is. It's ignorance. You see what I mean? And do a person a favor to try to help them out of this ignorance, you know? And so here's my favor, you know, see the movie, Nick, and you will, you will grow from this experience. But in any case, let's move on, because there's more crazy shit going on. There's more of these people. Yeah, they could learn from this movie. Check out who else can learn from this movie.
Today, new security concerns after multiple drones were reportedly detected above a Washington Army base that houses some of
all these people are living in the military base now. Hegseth, Pam Bondi, how many of them are literally living in the military base? They're too scared to go home. This has been weeks now, weeks and weeks and weeks. These people are scared to go home. This is even before Iran. Some of these Trump appointees were moving to the fucking military base. They don't feel safe in the United States of America in a normal neighborhood. This is insane. This is
Pentagon's
insane.
most senior officials. 3 people briefed on the situation tell the Washington Post it happened over Fort McNair. That's also home to Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Defense.
I know where Fort McNair is. I used to play soccer out there. You know what I'm saying? Well, our team from D.C., Capitol Hill team, we used to have to go out there to Virginia and play against Fort McNair at the field they have out there against some teams in Virginia. Yeah, so, but in any
Secretary
case.
Pete Hegseth. It's unclear where the drones came from, and the Pentagon declined to discuss the Post's report. Let's bring in one of the reporters on that story, Isaac Arnsdorf.
They came from Russia.
Here in studio, MS Now senior national security reporter David Rhodes. So, Isaac, what more can you tell us about these drones?
Well, importantly, the administration has not determined what they are, where they came from, or what threat they posed. But obviously, they were detected because of this higher threat environment, this elevated state of alert that the military has on because of the war in Iran. And very concerningly, they look similar to drones that appeared around other U.S. officials in the past who Iran has wanted to kill in retaliation for a previous strike against Iran that killed one of their generals in 2020. So for people who remember the 2024 Trump campaign and some of the threats to former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and John Bolton, Iran has this track record of wanting to assassinate U.S. officials who they hold responsible.
So, David, how concerned are American officials right now about potential Iranian retaliation here in the U.S.?
There are concerns because Joe Kent, who's the head of the National Counterterrorism Center, just resigned. That post is empty. And it's a variety of things. It could be these drones. And Isaac's right. It was a great story. There's so little regulation or understanding of the drones that are in the air in this country. There was all those things in New Jersey about a year ago. But it's not clear. Other threats would be more of a homegrown attack. The terrible attack on the synagogue, the children, the attempt in Michigan that happened last week. There was also the incident in Virginia where one person was killed by someone who had previously been convicted of supporting ISIS. So that's this sort of lone wolf thing where someone's inspired to take action. There's less concerns about a cell, some kind of organized group in the United States that's going to carry out an attack. So it's a wide variety of things, but they are on the lookout and are very concerned about what could happen.
And Isaac, Fort McNair is very close to both Capitol Hill and the White House, but you note that it doesn't have the same safety buffer as other bases. What are you hearing about potential efforts to boost security there now?
So we were told that there were increased security measures put into place after these drone sightings. There was a meeting at the White House about other possible responses. There was a discussion about whether the secretaries who are living there need to move, and they decided not to.
So, David, in the last hour, President Trump also confirmed your reporting that the administration is requesting an additional $200 billion for Iran war funding. Secretary Hegseth was asked about that funding earlier today, and here's what he said.
I think that number could move, obviously. It takes money to kill bad guys. So we're going back to Congress and our folks there to ensure that we're properly funded for what's been done, for what we may have to do in the future, ensure that our ammunition is
right. Like they haven't already gotten $1 trillion fucking dollars. They're talking about going back again. It's like these people burn money like it grows on trees, and they call themselves conservatives. Actually, this is the most idiotic administration. Again, when Nick Fuentes says MAGA people should just not vote, that is a real indication that these people are every bit as fucked up as they could be. You see what I mean? Like their base hates them. The people that got them elected hate them now. They are embarrassed. They are like, damn, how could we be so lost? I mean, they don't even understand how they could come to believe a person like Trump. That's because they wanted to believe something like that. They wanted to believe someone's going to come along like that and deliver them this crazy, idiotic world fantasy fucking world. And Trump gave that to them. Trump gave them that goddamn TV world. You know what I mean? TV world on, racist little tidbits and, these type of misogyny. Guys love that. Yeah, the manosphere. Yeah, we're strong. Women ain't shit, man. Women belong in the kitchen, at home, pregnant. This kind of manosphere is what. Look at Pete Hegseth's punk ass. Look at him, man. This guy knows nothing. And he is the motherfucking head of the civilian head of the Pentagon. He's not the real head, but he's the civilian head of the Pentagon. I mean, this guy's a fucking moron. He's still looking to Get something that most people get in fucking high school on the basketball team. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's looking to get, hurrahs and shit from people, like, just over something, I don't know, something kids do. You know what I'm saying? He is a fucking moron. These people, man, it's very, very telling. We're lucky we're here and able to laugh, because I'm telling you, everybody is not in a position to laugh. This is not funny. These people are hurting a lot of folks. Every civilian should be able to sue these people personally and sue everyone in fucking Congress and everyone in the Supreme Court. They should all be held liable personally. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, because they are doing the exact opposite of what anything close to governing is supposed to look like. I mean, this is a fucking mockery. Nothing more than a mockery. And I'm going to tell you, they should never leave that base, because I have a strange suspicion when you start seeing people like Nick Fuentes and Marjorie Green Taylor walking away from you, I don't think your life is safe, actually. And I don't think it's the Iranians, I don't think it's the Iranians. I think it's the American people you better start thinking about, because the people that believed in you.
Everything's refilled, and not just refilled, but above and beyond. I mean, President Trump, as he said, rebuilt the military in his first term, didn't think he'd use it as dynamically in his second, but he had. So thank goodness he did that.
Just a sycophant talking and shit.
It takes money to kill bad guys, not exactly specific, although the president said today, among other things, that the U.S. has an unlimited supply of upper and middle armaments. So what do we know about this? Tell us more about your reporting and what you make of Hegseth's response.
And I first want to credit the Washington Post. They had the first thing on this number, but yes, too.
Oh, hold on. No, you just click the link. Dinovich, you talking about hopping up? Just click the link. It's in the top. It's pinned to the top. See the last one? It says panel. Discord link. Click on that, and then everything else will happen. You just load Discord on your phone, and then once you load the phone, come back and click it again, and it will open up, and I will see it. Yeah, here we go. Let's continue.
Two other officials confirmed it to me. There isn't an unlimited supply of weapons. The problem is that we've used so many of these expensive interceptor missiles to try to shoot down these Iranian drones.
Exactly.
We've used a lot of these sophisticated drone bombs.
They've wasted money. They did no planning. What the hell? They did no planning. They went about, first of all, this was nothing but an opportunity to waste billions and billions and billions of you might as well say you're going to waste $500 billion on this. You may as well just get that out there, because the way these people blow money through poor planning, you see what I mean? It's like, come on. And they're literally looking to send troops over there. I mean, they say they're doing that. Listen, troops, anybody, I'm just telling you, young people, don't risk your life on something like this. This is a fool's errand. Nobody should have to die for these kind of poor decisions. Nobody should have to. It's one thing to fight for your country. You know what I'm saying? That's honorable. I don't have an issue with that. I believe in that. I had my father was in the military, actually, but one of my best friends in the military, grandfather was in the military. Like, being in the military is something a lot of Americans know about. If not one of our family or two or a couple of our family members, every family has people that served. You know what I'm saying? But don't waste your life over a dumbass like Trump. This is the problem. You see what I mean? This is the problem. It's the same thing with Vietnam. Do you know how many people died because of poor planning in Vietnam? That was all poor planning. Do you know how many died just due to poor planning? You should learn a little about Vietnam. Some of the things that happened there. It wasn't something to be all proud about. That was poorly managed. That, you know what I'm saying? And people died. A lot of young people died, man. Loads of young people died just on a fool's errand. You see what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. There was elements there about the North and South that are real, but how you handle things are supposed to minimize death. You see what I mean? Minimize expense. You see what I mean? And these people want to rack it up to death. Listen, this place is, you don't want to spend 2026 in 2027, in 2028, and 29 with your ass in Iran and Iraq. Because that's what it's going to turn into if we send troops there. It's going to spread. It's going to spread. And I'm just telling you, I ain't going. And I'm not telling my fucking kids to go either. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, no. Not at all. Yeah, because this is not about defending the U.S. This is about a stupid asshole, running the country, and our Congress being corrupt, and our Senate being corrupt, and our Supreme Court being corrupt. So corrupt that they will find the most corrupt individual to be president over a woman, the first woman to ever serve as the vice president, who's not a fucking criminal. I mean,
it was like the Tomahawk missiles. And this is really most of the money, the $200 billion, would go to replenishing those.
Yeah, Danovich, when you get in there, send me a message.
Those munitions.
Click the link and send me a message so I know you in there.
But and then the president, though, was striking, and we just quickly talked about this earlier. Over the course of this morning, I've heard a different explanation for what the objectives are by the Trump administration from Defense Secretary Hegseth, Director of National Intelligence Gabbard, the Commerce Secretary Scott Bessent, and then the president himself. Hegseth said it's to eliminate Iran ever having a nuclear weapon. Gabbard doesn't even mention that thing. Bessent talks about somehow lifting sanctions on Iranian oil and stopping it from going to China. I don't know if he's going to seize that oil. And then the president himself says, yes, $200 billion, but no boots on the ground. And just as the first segment showed, it's critical to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And I've been speaking to military experts.
He wants $200 billion. Yo, he's literally asking for your children's life economically. He wants your children to bail him out. You know what I mean? Like, seriously.
You need ground troops to do that. You need them to somehow take control of the coastline there in Iran.
That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. You're inviting everyone in the region who doesn't want you doing that to fucking attack you. And they're not going to be fair about it. You will be a sitting duck. Yo, what the fuck? What the hell, man?
And stop the...
Why would you want to locate yourself there in the middle of in all of this that could happen? Man, this guy...
Iranians from firing drones at ships.
And you need them to continue to hold it, right?
Correct. And so, look, it's...
Exactly.
Very hard to run it.
You ain't going to hold it. You're not going to hold it. You're going to run out of supplies. You're going to run out of resources. You're going to run out of manpower. And a lot of people are going to be hurt.
Any administration, but this morning has not been the clearest from this administration in terms of the objectives, what it's going to cost, and when will this end.
How many of you think Trump is going to really send military there? Let me know what you think about that. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Trump is really sending military there to engage on the ground. Put 2 in the chat if you don't think he's sending military there to actually engage in direct conflict. Yeah, also click the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button, click the like button. I appreciate it. It helps more people find the stream. Wait a second. I see a message. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me see what Midas Touch said about this.
Is directly threatening his life right now. They're threatening the entire Trump regime. Donald Trump's disastrous and unlawful war in Iran is backfiring. Iran is deploying something called escalation dominance, and they warned Donald Trump about this. Earlier yesterday, Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu jointly attacked the South Pars facility in Iran, and they destroyed like this critical infrastructure that was there, this key gas field. And Iran said, okay, you do that. We're going to be attacking the kind of northern gas fields area, which are kind of connected to the South Pars facility that's run by Qatar. We're going to strike it, and we're going to take away 20% of the entire world's liquefied natural gas. This facility called Ras Laffan.
Yeah, they hit. This is some fucking bullshit. This is some bullshit. Hold Hold on. Danovich said, okay.
Which is controlled by Qatar in the north, supplies 20% of global liquefied natural gas. Iran strikes it. Qatar is.
Harbo Nip said, V Media, let them be sitting ducks. People are like horses. You can lead them. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Yeah, you can't. You can't. I mean, but they can't say that I didn't say so. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. I did my part by pleading and just being very plain about the language. Don't do it. Life is better spent doing something else, you know, not on a fool's errand. Just don't do it. Take it from me. Take it from me. I've been on Earth a while. I've seen some things. You know, I'm an interesting person. I like people, and I wouldn't even wish this kind of stupidity on an ignorant person. Any ignorant person. It doesn't matter what kind of ignorance it is. Ignorance is ignorance, and when you know somebody's just ignorant, you don't necessarily wish bad. You know what I mean? Because you know they're just ignorant. So I'm hoping to reach those people. You know.
Was absolutely furious at Donald Trump. One of their foreign ministers, spokespeople are like, we condemn in the strongest terms what Israel and the United States have done, although they act like it was just Netanyahu did it. But the military in the United States and all of the reporting confirmed Donald Trump and Netanyahu were both involved in this. And one of the things that Iran also said it was going to do was it was going to blow up Saudi Arabian energy fields as well. And you saw these mushroom clouds over Riyadh and Saudi Arabia, direct strikes by Iranian drones there.
April.
And the Iranian head of their parliament, Ghalibaf, says we are now in what's called eye for an eye equation. You wanted to escalate. We're going to dominate.
Oh,
you,
Byron, what's up?
Trump.
Florida in the building, yo.
Things as well that we're seeing, and I'll talk about this more in a moment. There are these drones, and nobody knows where they're coming from, circling over Fort McNair in Washington, D.C. That's where Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio.
Oh, my fucking God. This is, but this is what you get, man, when you out here fucking with people. I mean, what do they expect? And seriously, I don't think they understand how precarious the situation is, because Americans also don't like them. At the same time, Iranians don't. That is crazy.
Are living. Most of the Trump regime cabinet now, they don't live in like neighborhoods because of all of their war crimes and their heinous conduct. They have to live, and their cover up of child sex trafficking rings with the Epstein files. They have to live on military facilities and bases. So they're in Fort McNair, and there are drones over the past 10 days that have been circling, and people are like, is this coming from Iran? Is this coming from Russia? Is this coming from China? Here's what the head of Iran's...
Yeah, is it coming from Americans? Shit, look, Harbo says, V Media, they dumb. I remember how people were before 9/11. After 9/11, it was, brother, we have to stick together. I was like, fuck you, be tough, Tommy. Yeah, I mean, I myself, I think it's good. It's good, man. We need to take opportunities to reach out to each other, like no question, and to how can I say this? Be reasonable. Make some things that don't make sense, change them so that they make sense. And I think it's okay. It's good that people reach out to each other, but learn something too. Don't just do it because you're scared, or learn. Just get to the bottom of this. Everybody's equal. You know what I mean? Everyone should be equal. Everyone should have an opportunity to live a fair life, a dignified life in the United States of America. Period. You see what I mean? And we're not really that different from each other. We're not, you know what I mean? And I think it's important to let people know that we're not different. You know what I'm saying? Like, because a lot of people feel like everyone feels like they struggle. Look, even if you look at Nick Fuentes, he feels like he's struggled. He feels like he's losing something, And so in that, everyone feels like that. Not everyone, but a lot of people feel like that in the United States. But the problem is that we're we're not good at bridging those gaps in understanding. You know what I mean? And it is really pathetic. It's pathetic. It is just pathetic. Because at the end of the day, yeah, man, the United States is only 250 years old, and it went through some rough phases, man. It went through some rough phases, you know. And I'm not trying. I don't want to play the Olympics, but of course, certain things are a little more extreme than other things. But I think we tend to try to make it black and white a lot of times. I don't mean color wise. I just mean without gray areas at all. And I don't think that's too good. So in the gray area, I think we can all step forward and try to try to come to some level of understanding. You see what I mean? I think we need that in the U.S. But I hear you, man. You don't always want to carry the water for someone who's just thinking about these things yesterday. You know what I mean? You need to put some real effort in it and be genuine about change too. You know what I'm saying? Not just because something bad happened yesterday, you know? Yeah. But in any case, this is these people's karma. They're living, these jackasses. And keep in mind, they're getting paid loads of money. Pam Bondi, man, she's a millionaire. She's a fucking millionaire. Multi-goddamn millionaire. Living in a goddamn Marines barracks. You know what I'm saying? Pete Hegseth, big old strong Pete Hegseth, scared to live on the street. He's scared to live in DC, man. These people are scared to live in DC, the capital. They're scared for their fucking lives, yo. And yeah, they should be, because now is where it gets a little tricky. Like he said, if you listen closely, they don't know where those drones are coming from. It's drones going over Fort McNair, probably trying to find their ass. And seriously, they don't know where the drones. For people that don't know, Fort McNair is a military space, a military base, right? For housing. It's where military people in Virginia are housed, right? Fort McNair. And they have different areas like that in the DC area, the Virginia side of the Potomac, and also in the DC side of the Potomac, right? And yeah. So they're finding drones. Yeah. And they want to know what's up. Obviously, somebody's sending drones to either scare people on that, you know, scare these people or whoever. But here's the thing. It's difficult to hide when it's a lot of people. It's difficult to figure out who when there's a lot of people that hate you. So right now it could be Chinese, it could be Iranian, it could be Russians. You don't know who it is right now. It could be Americans. It could be Russians pretending like they're Americans. It could be some other people pretending. You don't know. They can manipulate and fake things. You know, it's really going to be difficult from here on out. I think this is a very bad sign for this administration. It is hitting rock bottom. I believe, you know, it's hitting rock bottom. Like, they're going all out for some reason. Maybe it's because they know they're on a suicide mission and they may as well go out with a bang. I don't know. I think that's probably what it is, because that's how Trump does things. But it looks like this thing is going down in flames. But in any case, let's listen. Let's listen.
That's where Pete Hegseth.
See, they're at Fort McNair, living in Fort McNair, because they don't want to live in their normal apartments and houses in DC. Yo, this shit crazy. Listen.
One of the things as well that we're seeing, and I'll talk about this more in a moment, there are these drones and nobody.
I'm happy. I got my happiness back and shit listening to this shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because come on, man, look at how much they've been fucking over Americans, man. You know what I'm saying? Look at how much they've done. They've fucked over elderly people. They fucked over women, and they've done it with pride. You know, they fucked over students, and they've done it with pride. They fucked over everyday working class people, took their health care, and they did it with fucking pride. I don't fucking care about these people. Fuck these people, man. This is their karma, and I think they're going to get some more. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying lose your life fucking around with these people trying to take them. I'm not saying that, but I'm definitely going to say fuck these people. Fuck Pete Hegseth. Fuck Pam Bondi. Fuck all of them. They didn't give a shit about any American, especially an American like me. And And yo, what's wrong with me? They should be giving them, what the fuck? I never asked them for shit. What the fuck? Am I guilty too? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, in any case. Yeah, hide. Run, motherfucker, run.
But he knows where they're coming from, circling over.
No one knows where the drone's coming from. Looking for Pete Hegseth, looking for motherfucking Pam Bondi.
You wanted to escalate. We're going to dominate you, Donald Trump.
Hey, Dinovich. Yo, hold on, man. All you got to do is hit the link. I see you. Don't do anything. I see you now. Okay, let me let this play. Yeah, they looking for, they got drones flying over the military bases where these bullshitting ass Pam Bondi and Pete Hegseth and a few others are hiding because they're scared to live on the streets of DC.
And one of the things as well that we're seeing, and I'll talk about this more in a moment, there are these drones and nobody knows where they're coming from, circling over Fort McNair in Washington, D.C. That's
crazy.
That's where Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio are living. Most of the Trump regime cabinet now, they don't live in like neighborhoods because of all of their war crimes and their heinous conduct. They have to live and their cover up of child sex trafficking rings with the Epstein files. They have to live on military facilities and bases. So they're in Fort McNair, and there are drones over the past 10 days that have been circling, and people are like, is this coming from Iran? Is this coming from Russia? Is this coming from China? Here's what the head of Iran's parliament, Ghali Baf, had to say. He said, last night, the people of Iran foiled all of the enemy's designs. They are angry and frustrated with the people of Iran, and by attacking infrastructure, they seek to conceal their battlefield defeats. Of course, this amounts to suicide for them. An eye for an eye equation is in effect, and a new level of confrontation has begun. And here's the thing that I've always been saying about Donald Trump. His entire life, this guy is a pathetic loser. He's weak, he gets scared, and he acts all tough. But he can get outmaneuvered so easily and checkmated so easily. He is pathetic when you stand
Trump
up to
is
him.
fucking
As I
embarrassing.
said before, look, E. Jean Carroll stood up to.
I like how Ben Marcellus really takes his time expressing how pathetic these people are.
Donald Trump and beat him. Look, you've had numerous migrants stand up to Donald Trump with all the resources Donald Trump threw at them. They were able to beat Donald Trump. Letitia James has beaten Donald Trump. Alvin Bragg has beaten Donald Trump. I mean, individuals who can stand up to him, you'll beat him if you just stand up to him and stop his bullying tactics.
Facts.
And so, yeah, Iran sees that Donald Trump is a loser. They do escalation dominance. And what does Donald Trump do after bombing the South Pars energy facility of Iran? Donald Trump then throws Israel under the bus. And he says the U.S. knew nothing about the strike on Iran's South Par gas field, despite all the reporting saying Donald Trump and Netanyahu were in on this together. So now Trump's trying to distance himself.
So you hear that? So the United States and Israel bombed a gas field. So now it's going to spread. You see, now they're just all going to start burning gas fields. You see, so Trump has ignited an oil war, basically, and it's going to hit the whole world. It's going to hit the whole world. And I think it's interesting that they chose this tactic because obviously, it helps Putin. That is just going to help Putin, Russia, immensely. That is if Putin shares some of the money, which you probably won't. If you're not a sycophant, you ain't going to get none of this oil money that's going to roll in. Same thing with the U.S. We ain't going to get none of that oil money. The U.S. is about to make the oil company is about to get super rich, right, with this war, except, the American people are going to feel it in their pocket. And what can I say? It's treasonous. Usually people normally on Earth care more about the suffering of their own population in a way that it would restrict them from going this far. They would do things differently to try to avoid maximum pain for the population that they represent. But we have Trump, and Trump doesn't give a fuck about us, And that means he doesn't give a fuck about you either. Like, he doesn't care about any fucking body. It is by design. It's definitely by design. Shit, that's the one thing he could have done to help Putin was do this. So what I wonder is this going to put a splinter in Putin's relationships with others? Because when everybody else sees Putin benefiting from this, because he's pretty much the person that's going to benefit the most. It's not that it's that great for Russians in general, because it's like a one-trick pony with Russia. It's oil. That's it. So it's kind of like the only thing, that and weapons, right? So it's still going to be a defunct nation, essentially, right? Although vast and a lot of nature, you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's the up and the down always you got to consider. And by no means am I really talking. I don't have any beef with Russian citizens, because I know the situation. A lot of them understand Putin is a fucking dictator, period. And they've been saying that openly, and plenty of Russians have died at the hands of this man. So literally, you know what I'm saying? And people close to him, wealthy people and people not. Like, literally, if you want to replace Putin, your life is on the line. Just say so, and you will be finished. You see what I mean? So everyone knows that about Russia. But in this case, the rest of us, you know, are going to pay for this pain. We're going to share this pain. And from Iran to Denmark, you know, and every place in between, we're going to share a little bit of this pain, even though Denmark's in. Matter of fact, I got Denovich on the line. Let me hit him up real quick. Speaking of Denmark, because Denmark energy wise is in a good position. It's a diverse energy source. We got windmills, we got gas pumped from the Baltic Sea, you know, things like this. So Denmark's in a good situation, but it's not that it doesn't matter who you are. You're going to feel it. Danovich, you there? Danovich, can you hear me? Yeah. And turn your audio down on your YouTube if it's up. If it's running, I mean. How you doing, man? Good to have you up.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. What's going on, man? So
This is my first time on YouTube.
Yeah. Oh, this is your first time on YouTube, man. Congratulations and thanks for hopping up on my channel, man. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the support. And now people get to hear in verklig danska. På YouTube, ikke? Yeah, man.
Jeg er dansker.
Jo, det er rigtigt nok, man. Du skal være stolt af at være dansker, så det skal du nok.
Ja, dansker helt selv.
Yeah, man. Yeah, be proud of that, man. But listen, for people that don't know, Donovich, you're in Bornholm, right? Is that where you at?
No. I'm in Kastrup in Copenhagen.
Oh, you in Kastrup? Yeah, so you're not far from me. Yeah, you're not far from me. You just like on the metro.
We're living in the same fucking city.
Yeah, man. He's for people that don't know, Kastrup is closer. It's closer to Sweden. It's just before the bridge to Malmo. And Malmo is the next biggest city.
I think it would take. Yeah. I think it would take me like 30 minutes, and we'll be in Sweden.
Yeah, exactly. That's how close Copenhagen is. Yeah, exactly. Copenhagen's close.
I'm Danish, so of course I don't want to go to Sweden.
That's true, man. Well, they don't have what we got here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's true, man. We know this though, because a lot of people from Sweden come to Copenhagen all the time to hang out. Copenhagen's a pretty nice city. Got a lot of different things going on. Yeah.
To be honest, I've been in Sweden more times than I can count.
Oh, okay. Of course, man. It's only 15 minutes away. You know what I'm saying? You have to. And they have some nice things. They got Sweden's a beautiful country too. Sweden's a beautiful country.
Yeah, and they have some really nice nature.
They do. They do, man. Forest. They do, and mountains.
Really nice rules when it comes to camping.
Right. Yeah, camping rules. Yeah, they have a place to camp, man.
Old man's right. Yeah.
Denmark's flat. You know what I'm saying?
No, you can just camp wherever you want.
Oh, you can? In Sweden, you can do that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can camp wherever you want. You can even camp on private ground.
Oh, wow.
The only rule is you have to leave it as it is, or you have to make it better when you leave.
Okay.
Don't
Right.
mess up the nature. But
That's a
you can
nice rule.
literally go and camp on people's. Yeah, you can literally go and camp on people's cow field.
Shit, man. I didn't know that, man. But then again, a lot of people need to hear that
The same in
because.
Norway. The same in Norway.
Say that again.
The same in Norway.
The same in Norway, and you can fish for free.
Same in Norway.
Okay. I didn't know that, man. I didn't know that. Y'all hearing this? I mean, Americans are just hearing this for the first time, man. You know what I mean? They don't. We have rules about everything. You know what I mean?
No, you can camp wherever you want. Where the only rule is don't camp too close to people's house.
Okay.
You know, because that's
right.
invading their
That's
space.
invading their privacy. Yeah.
And
that's
then
true.
when you leave the ground, yeah. When you're leaving, then it has to be as when you came or better.
Right. Okay. Yeah. You
You know,
gotta
if there's
maintain
some
it.
garbage there, pick it up.
All right.
When you leave.
Well, Danovich,
Yeah.
it's Danovich, right?
That's
Am
the
I
only
pronouncing that right? Oh, Dinovich. Am I pronouncing that right?
Oh yeah, that's just a little higher.
Okay.
Yeah, that was right. But that's just a little bit of my last name. But you can. My name is Danny.
Okay, Danny. Okay. Listen, man.
So call me Danny.
Let me know something since you've been since this is the first time you hopping up, right? Let me know how you felt about this stuff. Like, how did it when you first saw Trump start to say and say these weird things about Greenland and to take this attitude up this time around? What did you think, man? What were your initial thoughts? Are you there?
My initial thoughts was that's not gonna happen. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Go ahead.
That's not gonna happen. But I will be honest.
Yeah.
As a combat vet, I fought in Afghanistan in 2005 and 2006.
You fought in Afghanistan.
If Trump or if America steps on Greenland, I will fight to my death to protect Greenland.
I hear you, man. I understand 100%. I understand. Yeah, I understand and I agree, man.
It's not because it's America. It's just if you're infringing on our land, we're gonna fight.
Exactly. It's anybody. It's anybody.
I would prefer not to. I have a little daughter. I have a life. I would prefer not to fight. I would prefer just to live in peace. But seems like it's gonna be hard right now.
Yeah, man. I think a lot of people had that go through their mind, Danovich. Even myself, man. I had this feeling like, this is crazy because I'm not Danish, man, but I've been living here so long that, my kids are here and everything. And I definitely had the same kind of thoughts, man. I had the same kind of thoughts, Danovich, like, and I'm 55 years old and it really went through my mind. Like, I was like, am I going to have to go down there and should I just go volunteer? Like, because this is crazy. And, I really am appreciative of Denmark, living in Denmark, so much that actually, man, I would give my life for this place. And the reason why I say that, man, is because number one, my kids live here and I know Denmark well. I know that it's a decent society and it is worth fighting for. And if my country doesn't fucking want to behave decently, you have to fight for decent places. That's what you have to do. You have to fight. You have to stand up for decency. And man, go ahead.
Trust me. No, trust me. I don't want anything bad to happen to America and Americans. But I don't want anything bad to happen to America or Americans. But just leave other countries alone, please. It's about time now.
Yeah, and leave our fucking allies
I fought
alone,
in
man.
Afghanistan, and that was, let's just say, that was a little bit of a failure.
What did you? Let me know. What did you see there?
Alone. Just
what can
there's a lot of stuff that can.
Oh, go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm sorry. Are you getting the echo? Are you getting an echo?
No, no, I burped. I burped. I burped.
Okay.
Sorry.
I didn't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
Nah, I'm not sure. No, I'm not. No, 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 I'm not sure. I want to share that. Um, when you say what did I see? What do you mean?
Yeah, don't worry about that, man. If you don't want to talk about that, I understand, because
I was a
that's
combat medic, so I saw some
okay.
shit.
Yeah, you saw some shit. Okay, that's enough, man, because I don't want to take you through all of that. I understand. It's actually
No, 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 no. We can. I saw some shit, but we can also talk about the political
yeah. Let's
aspect of
let's
it.
stick to that. Let's
Where
stick to
more or
that.
less from the moment I got there, I was like, this was. We can do that.
Yeah. So go
When it
ahead.
comes to the political aspect,
Yeah.
from the moment I stepped on the ground, I could see that this was a war that will never be won.
Oh, you mean in
I
Afghanistan?
knew it was
Wow. Oh, really?
from day one.
Wow. That's how you felt when you got to Afghanistan.
Yeah,
Wow.
and that
Okay.
was absolutely, absolutely, I could see it. And now when I'm looking at Iran, I'm like, what the fuck are you even doing? Not you, but
Why? Yeah. Why are we
Trump
trying to go
and
back?
his
What the fuck? Why are we trying to go back?
shitty
But
administration.
but
Um,
tell me this, Danovich. Tell me this.
yeah, now it's a country that's 3 times bigger than Afghanistan, and
Yes, man. Yeah. But let me ask you something. What made you think,
yeah,
okay,
I'm
what
listening.
made when you got to Afghanistan, what was it you saw that made you feel that way?
Mm,
Ska snack dance?
it's it's no. It's okay with English.
Oh,
I'm okay with English.
okay.
Um, I'm just thinking
Yeah. Okay.
to find a
Good.
way to formulate it.
There you go.
It's more or less impossible to fight a force that's not in uniform.
Mm. Okay, I see. So they weren't in uniform.
Impossible.
Right. So they just had regular clothing.
You see, yeah, but if you look back, if you never know who your enemy was. You never knew. But let's look back. You can see Yugoslavia, because I'm from Yugoslavia. That was the biggest partisan force during World War Two. Sorry,
Right.
and they were the biggest enemy to the Germans. They were just fighting in the mountains, doing ambushes, running away, and it was almost impossible for the Germans to do anything.
Oh, you talking about the Afghanis?
Vietnam,
The Afghan? Oh, the
same
Afghanis?
shit.
You mean the
And then we
Afghanis?
can
Or
go further. Afghanistan.
okay. You mean you?
Yeah,
Okay, I
because
got you. I see what you mean
no,
now.
no, no. I'm just talking about history. You know, World War Two, the partisans. So when it's people without military, you never know who your enemy is.
Right.
It's a lost cause.
It's a
You're
lost
just
cause.
running around blindly. You're
I
literally
yeah.
running around blindly. Um,
That's
Completely lost
interesting.
cause.
Yeah.
And they're gonna hit the same in Iran.
Yeah. They're gonna hit a lot of that.
And let's just be honest. Just be honest, man. You can see how much Russia is struggling in Ukraine.
Oh well, listen, man. Listen, Danovich. We had this
It's gonna be the
conversation.
same for
Oh,
America and Iran if they continue.
that's
If they continue.
they're planning that. That's exactly what they're planning. Look, Danovich, I don't know if you heard the podcast that we the last live we did earlier. It was in the wee hours of the morning, right? The normal time. I think it was 8 a.m. something like that. But Friars was up here, and we were talking about the fact. Let's go backwards. We were talking about the fact that Trump, he stole records. Yeah, 8 a.m. Danish time. He took 08 Central 08. Yeah, he took files, war files about war. Trump took top secret files about war, about how the U.S. engages in war with Russia or with China in different circumstances in Iran. He took those files out of the White House and brought them to Mar-a-Lago in his last term. And now he's talking about going there. Don't you see? This is what I'm saying. One thing I know for sure, and I believe it's very difficult to know.
Was that the files?
Yes, those files. And this is what I would say, Denovich. When you're really good, when you're very, very good, you need to, when you want to confront things like this, it needs to be very, very sneaky and masked. It's a lot of distractions, so people don't really catch on to what you're doing. You see what I mean? And just to be rational about this, they took those files, and that was his first term, and now he's trying to go to Afghanistan. Now he's trying to go to Iran.
Right now, because
you see what I'm saying? Like, it seems like a mistake, right? It seems like he's just being dumb, right? Listen to me, man. That could be very, very well masked.
I feel like the whole world.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me say this. Let me get this out. It looks like Trump, looks like he's always making mistakes, being stupid. He doesn't know what he's talking about, right?
Because I feel like the whole world is seeing what he's doing.
You feel like the whole world's seeing what he's doing. I hope so, because people that pay attention to detail should see.
I kind of think he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing.
I think so.
I think so. He plays good at looking. The way they have it set up, it's set up. It's set up to.
You live in Denmark. I think most people in Denmark can see.
You should be able to see it. But a lot of Americans, Denovich, a lot of Americans don't. A lot of Americans don't see it, and that is what's so crazy.
You live in Denmark.
I see.
You live in Denmark. I do know that, and I actually have an American girl listening in right now from Persona. That I have a close relationship to.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris. Sorry. I talk with Americans, and I know a lot of Americans are completely blind. I think here in Europe, we kind of see what's going on, and we are like, no, hell no.
Yo, exactly. No. Danovich, just let me say this. This guy, he took the files. From Mar-a-Lago. He took security files from Mar-a-Lago. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. I think he's got a delay. I think that's what that is. So let me just say this. He took these files.
And in his home. Yeah, I hear it.
Okay. Yeah, it may be a little bit of a delay. I think so. Just so just keep that in mind. But Trump took these files from Mar-a-Lago, war files about war, not just nuclear secrets, but files about war he took from Mar-a-Lago. And one of the things was, how would you react in different kinds of situations with Russia, different situations with China, and also some shit about Iran, how to attack Iran, and how you would respond if someone does this and all that. And he took all those files. That was in his first term. Now he's there. He's found a way. Somehow the opportunity came up, and he's actually trying to go into Iran. And this is what I suspect. I suspect that Russia knows that. They've already planned for this. China, they've already planned for this. That's what I believe at this point now. Like, they have those files that Trump took to Mar-a-Lago. Russian agents must have seen this shit. They must have. And they have the upper hand strategically You can have a whole lot of weapons. You can have a lot of great weapons in battle, but strategy, with no strategy, man, you're going to take some hits with no strategy. You see what I mean? And it almost appears like he's trying to set up people, man. Like he's trying to set up the military for a fucking loss unnecessarily. You see what I mean? I mean, that's what it looks like to me. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It kind of seems.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, you cutting off, Danovich?
It kind of seemed like they went into this war completely blind. They
It's,
went into this war completely blind.
it seems
Blindfolded.
Like
And just shooting guns.
Yeah, it seems like it, man.
Am I there?
Yeah, you're there. I can hear you now. Sorry.
Am I still there?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
It seems like it.
Yeah, you're still there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. No worries.
Yeah.
It seemed like he went into this war completely blinded.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true, man.
Oh yeah, there's a big lag.
There's a lag. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Hey, is your YouTube still open on your phone?
There's a huge lag.
Okay, try to turn your YouTube off if you can. Let me check something real quick. Let me just check one of these settings. Yeah, try to turn your YouTube off.
Like close on the YouTube tab.
Yeah, turn it off. Turn your YouTube off because you should be able to hear me. Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
should.
do
Yeah, you should be able to hear me
no
through
worries.
Discord. Let me
Right.
see here. I just need to check.
I closed it down.
Okay, so let me just check the audio real quick inside of.
I closed it off.
Yeah, so you can hear me, right?
Is this better?
Yeah, I think it's better, right?
I closed everything down.
Yeah, and can you hear me now? Is the timing better?
I can hear you.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Let me see something. Let me just. Okay, it should be okay now. I think it's.
I can
okay.
hear you, but I can kind of hear my voice
You can hear your voice too.
backlapping. No, I think it's better now. I think it works now.
Okay.
I think it works now. I think it works now.
It's better. Okay. All right. That's good. Just checking. Now, okay. So one more question, Danovich. One more question. How tell people how bad do you think Trump's decisions have impacted the Danish society? Like, what is the average Dane thinking about Trump specifically? Because we know this isn't about Americans. This is about fucking Trump and that crazy regime. So what does the average Dane think about them? Like, you know. You there, Danovich? Okay, maybe.
I would say the average Dane thinks he's a deluded idiot. Yeah, I'm there. I don't know what's going on.
I think it's just a delay, Jan. It's just a delay, man. You know what you can do? You can also try to call right back. Let me try to get you back on the line. I'm gonna hang up and call you right back. See if it helps.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Let me just try to call Danovich back real quick, and see if that helps. Okay, come on now. There we go. And see if it helps. Here we go. Let's see. Boom. Okay, back. What is going on with this now? Damn. Sorry. 2 seconds. Why? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Can we get it open again? All right. Dad, what is going on with this? I can't even. You know what I have to do? I have to open Discord back up. Sorry about that. I will open it back up and then I will call him back. So let's continue. I mean, We heard, yeah, it could. You never know. You never know if it's YouTube or what the deal is. Yeah, it could just be the reception or who knows, the internet. But I'm gonna call him right back. I'm just restarting the app, so hopefully that clears it up. I will talk for Danovich for a moment. Yeah, the average Dane, if you ask me, Danes, and I've talked to a lot of Danes about this. I even went out on the street and asked this question a year ago when Trump first started talking about Greenland, and went there with a microphone and camera with one of my colleagues and asked Danes down on something called Gorgel, which is like the walking street in the center of town, in front of the local Copenhagen Parliament building, right? It's called Rådhuset, and you know, and yo, some of the things people said were so mean. The one lady said she wished somebody shot Trump in the head. Like, seriously. I couldn't even use that video. I have it on video. And I couldn't even I was like, man, I can't put this shit on the net, man. It may be too far. People may get the wrong idea. But one woman literally said that she was I don't know how old she was. Maybe, I think she was retired. But yeah, it is what it is. This is the environment. People were really offended, to say the least. Danes were goddamn offended. Like, and in a way, it must have been created to offend Danes. You know, personally, Trump has to know that he can't be that stupid. Danovich, you there?
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it better now?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, it's faster, man. Okay, there we go. Let's go.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's much better. So go ahead. So the average Dane, what did they think about Trump right now?
Oh, I kind of think you know. But yeah, if everybody else wants to know, put him in a mental institution. I think that's where he belongs.
Yes, man. Exactly. Yeah, man. I really. What do you think about our goddamn Congress in our parliament? How come our parliament hasn't impeached this motherfucker yet? What do you think about that?
I guess there's some people who need something to be hidden away. I don't know. Honestly, I don't get it.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Don't. It's bizarre, man. It's not something you can understand rationally. There's something very wrong. It's just something very wrong. It's not normal. This type of corruption and chaos is not normal. Most Danes would never conceive of something like this. You know what I mean? This is way too much disorder.
Honestly, I never saw a corrupt government like this in a Western society ever before.
This shit.
Yeah, those corrupt governments, but not this openly corrupt.
This is openly corrupt, man. This is the worst. And they say that about Americans. We make everything big. The good stuff is big, and the bad stuff is big. The corruption is going to be big, man.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's dangerous, though.
You know, if you continue doing this, if America continue doing this, your name could be North Korea Mecca. You know.
Yeah, it's terrible, man. It's terrible. All right. Well, listen.
Yeah,
go ahead. What were you going to say? Sorry.
No, I was not going to say anything.
All right. So let me get some.
But I do know. I do know right now. I do know right now. You have a person in your chat who's American, an ex-Marine who fought in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria.
Oh, who was that?
Chris.
Is it Chris? Okay.
Call out. Yeah, Chris, call out.
Yeah, you can hop up, Chris. Hop up if you want to speak. No worries. Yeah. So look. All right. So let me ask you one more question, and then we can get back to some more of these clips. when you hear Americans, when you see our politic about healthcare and education, and you see how we talk about it, I mean our politicians, and you see how our politicians talk about healthcare and how they deal with education, housing, these kind of things. What do you think, man? What comes to your mind? Do you think like you see a lot of disinformation? Like there's a lot of Americans that come in the chat and they say things that just aren't true about Denmark, bro. When they hear that somebody has healthcare, universal healthcare, and they hear that people have universal education, they think it's a fraud. What do you think about that?
Okay. Okay. Oh man, I'm laughing. I'm laughing right now. Come on, they do it better in Russia than they do it in America.
That's fucking crazy, man. That you mean healthcare or education or what?
Yeah, both actually. But when it comes to Denmark, come on, man. I'm 39 right now. I could go to school and I will still get paid to go to school and get an education, whatever I want to be.
Yeah, me too, man. If I want to go back to school tomorrow, man, I'm 55. I can go to school. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
That's wild.
You see?
Yeah, exactly. I can go to technical school. I can go to university. I can go to whatever school I want to go to, man. That's crazy, right? That's a great thing. And but you hear a lot of excuses. Yeah, go ahead.
What's gonna happen? Now, what's gonna happen tomorrow if you break your arm?
Oh, what's going to happen tomorrow? Oh, if I break my arm tomorrow, I go to the doctor, man. I go to the hospital and get it fixed up, and I sit at home until I can move again.
And then what?
Yeah, and then what? I would get off from work.
How big will your bill?
I would get off from work. The bill, I won't get a bill. I won't get a bill at all. It's free. And I will get my salary from my job. You know what I mean? I will just go on sick leave. Basically, yeah. Until I'm fine enough to go to work, yeah.
You see, you see.
And then I would just get my check, and then when I'm done, I just start working again. You know, it's like, yeah, you know what I mean. Thankfully, I have a decent job. I love my job, so I wouldn't want to just skip out.
How can you live with that real fucking communist, man?
Yeah, exactly, right. How can I live with myself? That's so funny, right? But listen, they don't know that this is they don't know this is a capitalistic engine. They don't know that because they're not telling people this on TV. They don't tell people that Denmark has a capitalistic engine, but it has some social projects. Just like we have the U.S. military, which is a socialist project. It is paid for by the taxpayers, 100%, right? We have that. You know what I'm saying? But we don't use anything close to it to deal with our healthcare or education. And look, and even in Denmark, a lot of the healthcare is private companies providing it, but it's managed by the public sector. That's wild, right? Private companies, are fulfilling some of this stuff. It's not all
it's paid by the government.
Yeah, it's paid for by the government, and then private. Yeah. Some of it's privatized. Certain aspects is privatized. It's not all public sector, you know what I'm saying? But it's all paid for by the government.
Absolutely,
yeah. And it's all inside of the inside of your taxes. And I think this is something we Americans miss, a real conversation about how it's done in Denmark and in countries like Denmark, because we basically get lied to on TV about it, man. We get lied to. They're lying to us about it. It's sad. It's pathetic.
I know you. But do you feel like you're paying more or less?
I'm paying less, bro. I'm paying less.
The tax is a little bit higher in Denmark.
No, but you know what? I pay less, man, because think about this. I come from a major city. So major cities, we pay taxes. I pay DC, you pay about 33% of your salary goes to taxes. It's split up in different ways, but about 33 when you add all the taxes together, right?
From DC? Okay.
Yeah, I'm from DC. But here I pay 39%, right?
You have kids, right?
Yeah, and I have kids. I have kids too. Yep. But here, I pay 39%, but I get like almost
And you
two.
can send it to school without them getting shot.
Exactly. My kids are safe. But I also, with that 39%, I get health care. I get, all the benefits, right? But at the same time, I also get a deduction. I get like maybe $2,000 a month deduction that I don't pay any taxes on. My fraud trial. You see what I mean? So the fraud trial, a lot of, it's higher than what it would be in the U.S.
Yeah, I know.
You see what I'm saying? So that 39%, we don't pay taxes on everything we earn in the first place, right? You see what I mean? 39, 40%, whatever I pay. I pay like between 30, I pay about 40 maybe. You know what I'm saying?
You get at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have to pay health insurance.
Yep.
All that fucking shit.
In the U.S., exactly. So in the U.S., you pay 33.
You get 4 weeks of vacation a year, at least. At least.
Man, Americans are working 40 hours a week, and they don't get vacation many. Here we all get 5 weeks vacation. We all get 5 weeks vacation here. There it is. I'm about to go on vacation soon in a couple weeks myself, actually.
At least.
Yeah. All right, Danovich. Well, listen, thanks for hopping up.
I'm happy for you.
I'm happy for everybody here. I'm happy for everybody here, man. When I go outside, I say
I can
thank
come
you.
back another day if you want me to.
Oh, definitely, man. Well, now that you got Discord hooked up, you can hop up anytime, man. I appreciate it. All right.
But the delay is a little bit irritating.
Yeah, it is.
I can hear it.
I think you I don't know. It might be in your phone settings. It might be in your phone settings. Yeah. It could be try to check your phone settings out. It could be in the settings. But maybe the I don't know how fast your phone is, but or the internet or whatever. But no worries. It's
I don't know. When I'm talking with people in America, it's normally fine. There's no delay.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. It could be the app though. You need to check the app out. It could be like something could be reducing, it could be limited automatically by your phone. You might have to check your settings, you know what I mean, to optimize the app. Yeah. But listen, thanks for hopping up, Danovich. It was a pleasure having you here, man. And and of course hop up again, because a lot of Americans really do want to know about how things work. And you're welcome, man. Yeah, okay. Cheers. Yeah, that was Danovich, y'all, and he's over here in Copenhagen. Also, he's just on the other side, in the AMA section. It's called Kastrup. So that's close. It's close to the airport, as a matter of fact. That's the area very close next to the airport. The airport is actually called Kastrup also, and it's the closest part of Denmark to Sweden. So you look from there, just across the Hound. The bay, you could say, and you can see Sweden from there, right? And so that's the part of Copenhagen that he lives in, right? But listen, let's get back to this. I appreciate it, you hopping up, Danovich. Yo, let's get let's get to the next part. Back to Hegseth getting his ass threatened. I mean, these people are getting their lives threatened, and I got to say, isn't that interesting? Because they spent all this time trying to terrorize Americans, and now they actually too fucking scared to live in the goddamn city like everybody else. These people sent the police out to harass folks. How dare you? How dare you? There's something called violence, and we have a right as citizens to not have to witness it also. And so when we have to sit back, if you ever had to witness ICE, brutalize somebody, that could be traumatizing to you. You should sue the fuck out of these people, like, just for having to watch it. I'm serious. You might have a case. Because no one should have to watch that. I saw someone get brutalized once, and I should have sued. Today you could sue. You could say you've been traumatized by just seeing the event. You see what I'm saying? And I didn't think of it at that time. Just watching violence, you should have a right to not have to witness this kind of violence every fucking day that's going on with ICE and these kind of things. But having said that, we have we got Pete Hegseth here, who doesn't really have a real appreciation yet for peace, for the streets being safe. You know what I mean? Because he and Pam Bondi, they don't even want to live in Washington, D.C. They can only live in the goddamn military barracks.
After the fact, why? Because you have Qatar, yet Qatar's northern fields, its Ras Laffan facility, didn't just get hit once. It got hit twice. Iran's been hitting it all day, the same way Iran's been striking these facilities in Riyadh too. I mean, again, you just take a look at some of this B-roll we're showing of what it looks like. So then Donald Trump blinks and Donald Trump posts the following.
Yeah, so it's getting heated. They're burning gas fields. Iran, Israel, and the United States are hitting gas fields. So the price of gas is just going to plummet. I mean, it's going to skyrocket. It's going to continue to skyrocket. And then there's probably going to be a crash at some point. Who knows? But it looks like people are going to have to insulate themselves, take whatever emergency measures. Who knows, what the economists say, how the best way to go about insulating yourself from whatever economic catastrophe is about to hit the U.S. But it's obvious that it's about to be one for real, and it's going to have some consequences, especially, I think, for Americans. You know what I mean? Because we already don't have the safety net like I have here, and me and Danovich were just talking about. Everyone here has some sort of safety net, and and why in the richest country on earth we don't. It's not like we're like Saudi Arabia where everyone's a fucking millionaire in the United States. No, everyone's not a millionaire in the United States. And most Americans are far from millionaire thing. Most Americans are just like 1 or 2, 3 checks away from being on this damn street. A lot of people, So, so just the fact that he would do that anyway, shows you the disdain that they have for Americans. And even Netanyahu, man, what the fuck, dude? Like, why are you doing this to us? We Americans supported Israel for so long. What I'm not talking about in spirit, in cash money. In cash money our entire lives. Man, you better start caring about the everyday American, Netanyahu. Like, seriously, about the welfare of everyday Americans, because Americans are fucking livid right now, man. I don't think you're going to get too much support from Americans anymore, man. I mean, the right and the left already had issues, but I think this has pretty much done it for it's pushed the censor. The censor just can't even do it anymore. They're just like, fuck it, because they know that we don't have a partner in Netanyahu that listens. He doesn't listen to the people, the American people. He has no idea what American people think. No idea. No thought about the suffering that's going to occur, and it's real suffering. Suffering maybe, everyone doesn't experience, but
Israel, out of anger for what has taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as the South Pars gas field in Iran.
Yo, Thomas, exactly, man. Exactly. Most of us are 1 check away from being homeless. Exactly, man. And listen, I'm not even anti-Israel. I'm like just, but it's just the fact. The fact is, Israelis need to know, Netanyahu has pretty much done it for you all in Americans. Like, you should just know that. You should just understand that, what this man has done. Yeah. And like I said, I'm not anti-Israeli. I'm not also not anti-Iranian. I'm not anti anybody. I'm not anti-Palestinian. But when it comes to things like this, sending money for your whole life, and just this kind of callousness that American people have to pay for in real life. I'm sorry. That's it, man. People are pretty much done with that. Donald Trump and Netanyahu have gone too far. They've gone too far, man.
A relatively small section of the whole has been hit. The United States knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did it have any idea that it was going to happen. Unfortunately, Iran did not know this or any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South Pars attack, and unjustifiably and unfairly attacked a portion of Qatar's liquefied natural gas facility. No, and then Donald Trump puts this in caps. No more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case Qatar, in which instance the United States of America, with or without the help or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power.
So he's bragging about doing more damage, blowing up more gas fields, and it looks like it's going to a tit for tat bombing thing about gas fields now. And those things can't just be fixed overnight, yo. Those things take a long fucking time to get back online, depending on the damage. But once they go down and get hit in a, how can I say this, significant or manner, I guess you could say, which is not that much, it's going to take a long time. It's going to take maybe some months, 2 months. You know, you never know. I'm not an expert, but you know, this stuff is not good hitting these oil fields, and yeah, maybe years, Rafika, exactly. You know, I don't. This is just way too much, and again, Supreme Court. They helped this. They helped Trump. They gave him immunity. That shit went right to his head. They gave him presidential immunity. So he's doing what they said he could do. He can't be held responsible for anything he just says. I'm the president. I'm going to do this. Simple. Can't be held accountable according to this Supreme Court. Of course, we can impeach some of them and then try this motherfucker. That's okay because the new judges can come with a different ruling. But this Supreme Court gave him qualified, immunity. So as long as he says, I'm the president, now I want to kill people, it's perfectly legal.
That Iran has never seen or witnessed before. I do not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications that it will have on the...
Yeah, Garland fumbled the ball, man. Garland fumbled the ball. I mean, yeah. Why? This man, anyone that had this man in their sights and didn't pull the plug is to blame. It doesn't matter if they're a Democrat or Garland. I think is a Republican, by the way. Though I don't think he's a Democrat, but he was appointed by a Democrat in any case. But I believe he's a Republican in reality. But I don't think that had anything to do with his choices. I think it's just incompetence. Like, this man is a danger, and he was not prosecuted fast enough. I mean, but I think what they were trying to say is that it's an election year, and if you try to prosecute him, it will look like it's political. Fuck that, man. But a lot of these MAGA people, in all fairness, would have said, Marjorie Greene Taylor would have said it's political. Nick Fuentes would have said it's political. All these MAGA sycophants would have said it was political. So to be honest with you, there you have it. Anything that was done under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, no matter if it's the right thing to do, no matter if it saved the country, no matter if it saved little girls, no matter what it does, these MAGA people would have said, nope, it's political. Because look at how they already behaved when Trump lost the election. These people had a fucking insurrection. You see what I mean? So that's their state of mind no matter what. Right? You can't do right. You cannot be a Democrat and do right regarding these Republicans, regarding this MAGA. Every fucking thing you do will be wrong, and they will come back and punish you for it, for just doing right. Just for caring about old people. Fuck it. You fucking liberal. It's like, damn, is it like that? And that's exactly how they behaved. So, Yeah, Merrick Garland would have done it anyway, but they probably would have had a civil war. They would have sparked a civil war, right? And a lot of Americans would have believed, yeah, it's fucking Biden. Yeah, it's Biden. That's right. They would have had the news out there. They would have had Fox out there. All of them that would have been saying, yeah, he committed treason. Biden's committing treason. That's what they would say. Kamala Harris, the communist, she's committing treason. That's exactly what they would say. Yeah, we can't forget that. We can't forget. But now they can't say shit because we got Nick Fuentes that's like, oh, the Democrats win. Now it's the perfect time. Yeah, it's coming. And they better bring it because these people are the most corrupt the earth has ever seen. The earth is, you got to be, this is a modern day regime, but usually this is like, this guy should never talk about Gaddafi. He should never talk about Idi Amin. These people should never talk. They can't talk about anybody anymore. This regime is just any fucking corrupt regime you want to call. They compare. You can compare this one to them. You know what I'm saying? Kim Jong-un. You can compare who was the leader in the Vietnam War for the North. What's his name? Just pick any of them. Anyone will do and shit. That's how corrupt these people are.
But if Qatar's LNG liquefied natural gas is again attacked, I will not hesitate to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump. You're a paper tiger, bud. Nobody is scared of you, right?
Someone said, Herb, it's because, man, it's the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court of Republicans. So half of the shit that Biden and Obama tried to do, it wouldn't even get passed, man. You have to just be honest. Obama's a black guy, the first one to ever become the president. They hated him for that. They did not want to do anything. They didn't want to work with Obama at all. The last thing they wanted is for him to look like a successful president. And that's what he looked like anyway. But you have to understand, they fought tooth and nail against so much stuff. Healthcare. The reason why healthcare program looks the way it is, they always like to talk about it. That's Obamacare. That's why it doesn't work. You see how high the premiums went up? That was Obamacare. No, the fucking Republicans forced it to be that way. Otherwise, they wouldn't have signed on to the law. That's what fucking happened. Okay? And only one Democrat sold out the whole thing. It could have been universal health care. Even before that, even before Obama dealt with it. So, let's be real about this. The Kamala Harris, same thing. She would not be able to do anything because, let's be honest, people like Nick Fuentes and Marjorie Greene Taylor just fucking don't want to be decent people. They will sell you a dream that Kamala Harris is the devil. Look at what they tried to do to Hillary. They said Hillary Clinton was drinking baby blood. This is literally what these people try to say. This is them. So, until we get over this lunatic fringe, you can't expect really a Democrat to do much, to be honest with you, because we're dealing with political bigotry. We're dealing with people that have lost their goddamn mind. That's how you get Trump. And I'm talking about even some of these Supreme Court leaders. These people are nuts, man. One of them, one of the Supreme Court justices on the highest court of the land, his wife had an insurrection fucking flag. They had a picture of it. It was all over. They had a whole debate. They had to call him in for hearings to find out whose idea was it to have the fucking American flag upside down. And she was communicating with people, basically planning. It seemed like she was part of the insurrection herself, a fucking Supreme Court judge. So you have to understand that you could ask, why didn't Obama do this? You can ask why didn't Biden get student loan relief, student loan debt relief? Why didn't that happen? Well, Biden got it signed in Congress. He got it signed in the Senate, but then the Republicans challenged it in the Supreme Court, and it's 6 Republican Supreme Court justices that shot it down. So, that's why. That's why. That's why it happens. It's because the Republican Party is against shit like that. So you have to remember the the president can sign any executive order he wants. You can fight it in the Supreme Court. And that's exactly what they do, tooth and nail. And they always side with the Republican. That's how you got Trump to be a president that has immunity. The first president to have full immunity in the history of the country. And they gave it to this nut just because he was a Republican. They didn't give it, excuse my language, but they didn't give it to the nigga on the basketball court. They gave that to a dude who hates women, who fucking rapes. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know, seriously, they give it to that dude, allegedly, right? They give it to that dude who has people, little girls saying that he raped them. Little boys, has a man, grown ass man out here today saying when he was a boy, Trump raped. They gave that person immunity, the 34-time felon, the guy who took the goddamn top secret files of war to his fucking toilet for months. They gave that person immunity. Do you ever think they would ever fucking give Obama that fucking immunity? Hell to the fucking no. That's the United States of America, you know, and until we deal with that, till we deal with this kind of stupid shit, you know, because bigotry is dumb. It's dumb, especially to this level. Again, like I said, no one's forcing you to sit down and have a picnic with Obama. Nobody's telling you to go out and, you know, that you got to hang out with something that you're uncomfortable with. But this type of shit is just dumb. And that's what's running the United States right now. And that stupidity is in the highest offices. It's in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is like the fucking planet of the apes. It's like the planet of the apes in the United States. Like, really, they have some backwards. But you got Kavanaugh, who's don't even want women to be able to have a fucking abortion. What is going on, man? Stay off women's bodies. Mind your business, man. Like, seriously, this is what's going on in the United States. Weird ideas. People that are caught in like some 1800s thinking. You see what I mean? Like, not progressive at all. And when I say not progressive, I'm talking about on a human scale. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about on a human scale. Like, there hasn't been any evolution with some of these up here in the brain. You see what I mean? They're still living in the Enlightenment period and with some 1700 shit. Like, seriously, man, this shit's embarrassing, and it's going to kill the United States of America. And it will be the Supreme Court's fault. It will be the Congress's fault. It will be the Senate's fault, specifically them. It will be them. It won't be the American people. It will be these people. They just don't care. They don't fucking care. You know, they don't care about you. Straight up.
Now you have made us here in the
sorry to go on that rant, but yeah, it's got to be said. I mean, this is how I feel about it. Of course, you know, I'm not asking anybody to agree with me, right? But this is how I feel. I'm here to talk about how I feel, and I can say that very well because I know that I live in a different country as an American citizen where things tend to fucking work. And I know the difference between something that works for the average person and something that fucking doesn't work at all for the average person. That's what I'm saying. I'm going on vacation in a couple weeks with my goddamn health care. Okay? Yes. Okay? You see what I mean? In the midst of all of this. And, you know, Donald Trump has no plan for anybody's health care. He's got no plan for anybody's vacation. He doesn't care. He don't care about your fucking retirement. This guy doesn't care about your family's elder care plan. He doesn't care about your kids. Nothing.
United States, look pathetic and weak because of what you're doing, your behavior. What you think Iran's gonna be like, oh, I guess Donald Trump made a social media post and said he was not in on it with Netanyahu, so we should stop with Qatar. I mean, what do you think? This is like some 2-bit con job real estate transaction? This is war and peace, bud. This is war and peace. You've brought the United States into this disastrous war. You've gotten over a dozen service members killed. Hundreds have been injured. You are destroying the economy. The price right now per barrel of oil is over $110. I think that will be at $150 per barrel soon. People can't afford gas here in the United States. People are suffering right now here in the United States because of you, and all you do now is beg, oh, please help us in the Strait of Hormuz, NATO. Oh, NATO, we don't need you. You're pathetic, but please help us, NATO. We don't need you, but please help us. It's just so freaking weak, and it is embarrassing, frankly, as an American, to see this in action. To the contrary of what Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio say, we've destroyed all of Iran's ballistic missiles. Wrong. Just take a look at this chart posted by Andreas Larson. Iran is firing more, and they are hitting more per shot than during the first days of the conflict. Not good. We know that Iran, with the help of Russia and China, they've gotten the coordinates for America's top.
There was literally a F-35 shot down just like in the last 24 hours. I'm going to see if I can find some information about that. But that's what I read in the newspaper. I think it was, what was it, this morning or something?
Anti-drone satellites in the area. And they've taken out our radars. They've taken out our satellite systems. They've taken them out. And now they're basically operating with impunity. Their militias in Iraq are showing the drones flying around, showing that they can strike wherever they want. These FPV, these first-person view drones, just flying around wherever they want to go, hitting any target they want. And look, Iran said, we are going to hit the Ras-Laffan facility. We're going to hit the facilities in Riyadh. And they did it. They weren't bluffing. They said what they were going to do, and they did it. And Qatar's Ministry of Interior confirms it's dealing with these horrible, horrible fires. Here's a point that's not being made. The fact that these facilities now are being destroyed, this isn't like some short-term issue. This could take a decade to fix. Like even if the war ended today or tomorrow, say, just ended. The issues, the systemic issues that are being created could take a decade to fix. And by the way, we're seeing this footage. It's very reminiscent of COVID, I feel like, where you're seeing in a lot of nations, people lining up or trying to figure out how the hell they're going to get gas right now. And they're doing everything they can to just try to figure it out. And there's no gas there. That's starting to spread from these countries that are poorer than the United States in the West, but that's going to start to hit us soon. So as Donald Trump blinks, what's he doing right now? Well,
all right. So they say that, let me see here. The news. Okay. Today it's referring to a U.S. Air Force F-35 that was hit during a combat mission over Iran yesterday. While Iranian state media and the IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, are claiming they successfully shot down or seriously damaged a stealth jet, the official word from the U.S. military is slightly different. Okay, slightly? Okay, what happened? A U.S. F-35 was struck by ground fire, suspected to be a passive infrared guided missile, okay, while flying over central Iran, 2:50 a.m. on Thursday. The outcome, aircraft did not crash. According to the U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, the pilot was able to maintain control, perform an emergency landing at the regional U.S. Air Base. Pilot status, the pilot is safe and in stable condition. Conflicting reports. Iran has released video footage claiming to show the strike and suggest the plane may have eventually crashed. The U.S. maintains the plane is on the ground at a friendly base. though they haven't yet released photos of the damage. Okay, yeah, so let's go on. Let's see.
The latest reporting from Reuters also is that Donald Trump is considering deploying thousands of additional combat
Eric,
troops
what's up?
to the Middle East as the military prepares options for the next phase of the ongoing war in Iran.
What? The Trump administration is considering deploying thousands of additional combat troops to the Middle East as the military prepares options for the next phase of the ongoing Iran war. One option being discussed for securing the Straits of Hormuz includes deploying U.S. troops to the coastline of Iran, sources tell Reuters. Man, this is a poor idea. Yeah, this is a poor idea. And, just let me see here. I got time, so I'm going to be here. I'm going to be here for 2 more hours, y'all. Fuck it. I'm off. But listen, because I want to go through enough information, but look at this. Let's go to this one. This is the Straits of Hormuz. Obviously, everybody knows this, right? At this point, everybody knows. You're gonna learn something, goddammit. Even MAGA knows what they didn't know before, but this is what it is. Okay. Anyway, hey, let's keep it real. This is what it looks like. Obviously, hold on, let me pull it down so you can see. This is Iran on the top. This is Kuwait over here. This is the United Arab Emirates. There's Bahrain just off to the left of there. Right. Then there's Oman here, Saudi Arabia in the back. Right. Pakistan to the right. Afghanistan to the northeast. Right. Yeah. Okay. So now we and Iraq to the left. Right. Now or to the northwest. Right. So let's see here. This is the Straits, and then they want to send troops here, and they want to get this coast in the north, right, towards the top. They want to maintain this somehow. I mean, I don't even know why they're saying coast, because it's going to have to be more than coast, because you're just leaving. What do you think? The rockets are all on the coastline? Come on, man. They're up in the mountains. They're up in the mountains. You're going to be a sitting duck right here. This is a sitting. Yeah. This is crazy. And not to mention that they can be targeted from Yemen. They can be targeted from Iran, right? And who knows what else? You know what I'm saying? It's going to be interesting to find out. But in any case, it's all about securing this little area here, which isn't that big. That's another problem, because there's not a lot of maneuvering potential. Like, what is your plan? What's your plan? Is it to pull up with ships to just park here and let your troops off and they just secure this ground, or are they going to fly in and secure the ground? Then the ship's going to come after. I mean, what is the plan? And no matter what it is, you're still going to be sitting ducks even if you take the coastline. So what is the point? It only goes up in mountains. Like, you know what I'm saying? It gets higher the further you get away from can you see the geography, the way the map is showing? The further you go from the coastline, the higher the mountains go. That's what that is. You see what I mean? And where it says Iran, that's some real high mountains. You see what I mean? But everything to the left, to the southeast, is high ass mountains. You could tell by the color, by the coloration there. You see what I'm saying? So, don't be fooled. This is not a good place to come and park at, yeah. But in any case, let's continue.
One option being discussed for securing the Strait of Hormuz includes deploying U.S. troops to the coastline of Iran. Doesn't exactly seem like a smart plan there. Seems like the worst plan ever. But this is part of the escalation trap, which is, as Donald Trump's manhood that he never had is being utterly neutered, because frankly he was neutered to begin with and he was overcompensating. He needs to feel tough, and he's going to escalate this, and I'm going to bring my troops and I'm going to secure the Strait of Hormuz, and he is sending our troops into a death trap. It's so obvious where this is heading, where this is going. The part that surprised me is that I think it's starting to now
This is
be
a death trap.
understood within.
This is a death trap. And listen, you got to understand there's more to this too. There's satellites from China, satellite imagery from China, Russia. They will be able to get all the U.S. military activity where they're parked at outside of Oman. You know what I mean? They will be able to get the entire picture, the entire fucking picture about the positioning of all U.S. military forces. They may not be able to get the bombers and things like that, but listen, you use these bombers enough, they might figure out a way, and they might have a way and not be telling you yet, may not be revealing that yet. Keep in mind, again, Trump took war. Matter of fact, let me pull this up right now. Let's see here. Here we go. Did Trump take war plans for Iraq and other possible scenarios from the White House to Mar-a-Lago? Yeah. Just to remind people again, and this is really the point here is, look, this is a key part of the legal and political drama surrounding President Trump right now. The answer is yes. According to federal prosecutors and audio recordings, he did take classified military plans of attack to his private residence after his first term, right? Yeah. You see, we talking about Iran. He took plans already. The last time he was the president, plans that were drawn up for attacks on Iran in different scenarios, not only Iran and not only one scenario. And it involved how the U.S. military would respond in certain situations in that region regarding different people, and who has access to these plans now? Does Russia have access to these plans now? Does China have access to these plans now? Here's the breakdown. Does Israel have access to these plans? Here's the breakdown of what was taken and why it is so relevant to the current war. The Iran attack plan, the most famous document involved the 2023 federal indictment, was classified Pentagon plan to attack Iran. The most famous document. That's the most famous document. Right. Involved the 2023 federal indictment, was classified Pentagon. Yeah, it was classified. Donald Trump declassified it by showing it to people. The recording in July 2021 meeting at the Bedminster Club. That's at Mar-a-Lago or across from it, right? Trump was caught on tape showing a document to a writer and publisher. He explicitly stated, "This is secret information. As president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is still a secret." The content, documentally reported, outlined a 4-page plan for a massive troop deployment and strike against Iran, which Trump claimed was prepared by General Mark Milley. The irony, critics and the analysis have pointed out that the actual military strike launched last month, Operation Epic Fury, bear a striking resemblance to some of the options discussed in those classified papers. Yup. Iraq and other scenarios. The FBI, you see this? Iraq, that's the neighbor of Iran. Iraq and other scenarios. The FBI 2022 search of Mar-a-Lago recovered 300 classified documents, including foreign military plans, documents detailing the military capabilities and activities of several foreign countries, often redacted in court. Who would that be? China and Russia, maybe? Often redacted in court, but widely believed to include Iraq and Syria. Notice how they say include. They didn't say this is who they were talking about. It just includes it. Nuclear secrets. Just think about that. Iraq and Syria. Okay. Nuclear secrets. At least one document concerned nuclear capabilities of a foreign power. Regional maps. I wonder who that foreign power was, by the way. That's reported by The Guardian. Okay. Regional maps. Trump was also accused of showing a classified military map, country B, believed to be a conflict zone in the Middle East, to a staffer who lacked security clearance. Now, keep in mind, you see, Trump is right here in this region right now. And just in his last administration, the one that he was, in court for, had criminal proceedings opened up against him, or an investigation because of these files being taken and likely shown to foreign agents, right? Yeah, he just got this, and now he's in the region where he stole information about, top secret military plan information. He's now in that same region. Yeah, and they're saying that it looked like those plans that he's executing now. Current context. The Mar-a-Lago Situation Room. The issue has resurfaced because since the war with Iran began on February 28, 2026, Trump is seen conducting high-level military briefing and ordering strikes like the one on Karg Island while staying at Mar-a-Lago. Okay. While the documents case is still technically legal cloud over his support over him, his supporters argue that as current president, he now has the absolute authority to have and use whatever plans he wants. That's MAGA for you. Yeah. Or that's dumb. That's just the weakest MAGA people. They just can't get it through their head that they've been duped, Yeah, he knows, he now knows he has an absolute authority to have whatever line, blah, 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 blah. His critics, however, argue that the cavalier handling of those plans in the past set a stage for the current regional escalation. Would you like to know more? I would like to know, did any plans include how the USA would respond to Russia or China? Just curious about that. And then we go back here and see what they're talking about. The short answer is yes. Evidence from the federal investigation and 2023 indictment confirms that Donald Trump took highly sensitive documents that detailed the military capabilities and potential response scenarios for major global powers, including Russia and China. So that means if he took this information to Mar-a-Lago and Russia and China got their hands on it, they now know how the U.S. will respond to them in certain kinds of situations. So, oh well. That's Donald Trump for you. That's your Supreme Court presidential candidate. Yeah, that's who Congress and the Senate do all their work for right now. Response scenarios for major global powers. Here's what is found. Documents on Russia and China, 2023 federal indictment and subsequent FBI inventory of Mar-a-Lago boxes revealed that Trump possessed foreign nuclear capabilities. At least one document detailed the nuclear defense and military vulnerabilities of a foreign government, widely reported to be either Russia or China. So now they know what we know, thanks to Trump. Likely there was, yeah, I don't even want to say what the scenario is. Trump likes Russians, so they were probably all around him. Regional military plans, papers marked with HCS, Human Intelligence Control Systems, and SAP, Special Access Programs, contain information on the U.S. intelligence operations with the adversary countries. Contain information on intelligence operations within the adversary's countries. Damn, that's American spies being revealed. Yeah, and about operations that are underway in other countries. So he gave those up to the enemy. Yeah, that's treason, basically. It looks like it to me anyway. Yeah, but I'm no lawyer, so what do I know, right? The Russian hoax files. Trump himself claimed he took a large cache of documents related to the 2016 Russian investigation, which he intended to declassify to expose what he called deep state. Yeah, remember the deep state? Where's the deep state at now? Yeah, the deep state must have the Epstein files. The impact on current strategy. Since the conflict with Iran began February 2026, these borrowed plans have taken a new life. 2026 National Defense Strategy, released this past January, Trump's new strategy explicitly shifts focus away from defending Europe against Russia and instead prioritizes hemispheric security and countering China. Operation Epic Fury analysis note that the current U.S. strikes in Iran are being watched closely by Beijing. Documents found at Mar-a-Lago reportedly included escalation ladders, step-by-step guides on how the U.S. would react if China or Russia intervene in the Middle East conflict. I wonder if they have that information. That would be really cool for them, right? Yeah, bad for the U.S., but hey, at least we all know what they have now. So any thinking person might want to change their strategy a little or make some adjustments. But you never know what Trump does. Empty folders and missing info. One of the most concerning parts of the FBI search was the discovery of 43 empty folders marked classified and 28 empty folders labeled return to staff secretary. The concerned intelligence officials have worried that if those folders contain plans regarding Russia or China, the information may have been moved, copied, or shared during the time they were stored in the unsecure locations like the Mar-a-Lago bathroom or ballroom or bathroom. Wow, some really great places to put top secret files: your toilet or your dance hall. All right. Summary of target countries in the files. They're just having a party looking at those shit. Taking a shit, reading the files. I mean, yeah. Go ahead, my buddy. Here, use the bathroom. It's all on you. By the way, take your time. Read as many files as you want. All right. So, yeah. Anyway, let's go back to Ben. Yeah, it's terrible.
Kind of more mainstream circles. And as you know, I mean, there were lots of people who would attack us at the Midas Touch Network and say, they're being so hyperbolic, and why are they so hyperbolic?
Do me a favor, click the like button, y'all. It helps more people find the stream. I appreciate that.
On everything. This is not what's happening. Okay, really? Let's talk about what the World Health Organization just talked about today. The World Health Organization is preparing for a nuclear catastrophe, a potential worst-case scenario for the Middle East if the conflict between Iran, Israel, and the United States escalates further. UN staff are monitoring the fallout of strikes on Iran's nuclear sites and remain vigilant for any type of nuclear threat, according to WHO's regional director for the Eastern Mediterranean. The worst case scenario is a nuclear incident, and that's something that worries us the most. As much as we prepare, there's nothing that can prevent the harm that will come the region's way. And globally, if this eventually happens, and the consequences are going to last for decades, and they are preparing for a nuclear incident because this is Donald Trump's capricious, malignant, narcissistic nature. This is where things are heading. And look what he's posting. Donald Trump's posting, he's got his own regime media, New York Post. They have a headline: U.S. allies need to get a grip. Step up and help open the Strait of Hormuz. Get a grip, allies. They're not your allies anymore. You started trade wars against all of them. You tariffed them. You demeaned them. You attacked them. You called Canada the 51st state. You said that NATO never...
Yeah, and so you guys get the gist of this. This is... it's not going to get better. And, big up to the Midas Touch for doing some, the best reporting that's been out there, of any one single program, right? But yeah, this is just it's so sad. It's so sad. Every day it's painful to go through this. And there is one aspect to this. There's people out there that really, they spend a lot of time really focusing on things that were senseless. And had they not done that, this could have been averted. You know what I mean? And I'm just talking about the demeaning of Kamala Harris for one, the demeaning of Joe Biden. But look, at least he served as president before, right? Kamala Harris has never been the president, and people went after her like she was the worst thing that they've ever encountered in their life. And the truth is, the lady never did a damn thing to anybody. You know what I'm saying? Not really. And not compared to when you look at Trump, and people said, people bitched about Kamala Harris, locking people up for smoking weed when she wasn't even the one who made the law. She was the prosecutor. She can't just change the law. It's the people that write the law in Cali that have to change the law. Her job was just to prosecute what comes to her desk, what the police pick up. And I'm not saying that was nice. The U.S. marijuana law is bullshit. It was bullshit back then. It should have never been, but now it's different. That's a great thing. But, look at what you got now. Now you got Trump. And people need to be reminded of, not to rub it in their face, but just be reminded of how they were irrational. That can't happen again. Being irrational when you vote, look at how much suffering that caused. Do you know how many people you can decide who you support in the world, but the reality is that just with the coming of Donald Trump, millions of people have really lost their life because he tried to reverse anything that the United States was doing that was good too. Not just, a lot of people thought like, oh, the bad of the U.S. will disappear. Did the bad of the U.S. disappear, or did the good of it disappear? You tell me. You tell me, did the bad of the U.S. disappear, or did the good that it was doing disappear? A lot of aid got cut off. And if you aren't one of those people that got cut off from that aid, you shouldn't even have a fucking opinion that's bad about aid, because it's not your ass on the line. It's theirs. And they estimate that like 1 million people probably starved just from that. So, let alone all the other things. So let's just remember, do not be irrational anymore. Stop being irrational. You have seen enough to understand the difference between good and bad. And what you chose and got this time was the bad. You had one option that was good, and you had another option that was bad. And Americans chose bad, and they're living that out right now. They're living it out. Don't ever make that mistake again. Whatever was going through your head, review that shit. Go back and say, damn, how could I do that? Because shit didn't get better. It got worse. But in any case, at least we're alive. And we can
this
look
morning,
at the data.
Prices at the pump, the national average up another 4 cents to $3.88 a gallon. My eights are very bad there. That, of course, the price of gas. This is diesel right there, which is even more expensive. But it gets to the prices that we're paying for everything, the cost of living and the potential political impact. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So the president, how do voters see him on the issue of the cost of living and prices, and how does it compare to, say, when he was elected?
I would say that this is the most troublesome sign that I have seen for the President of the United States and the Republican Party.
What's up, Brian? I see you.
So far, what are we talking about? Well, let's take a look here. Voters on Trump and the cost of living. You go back.
Yo, SD, I see your comment there.
Back when he was reelected back in October of 2024, he was beating Kamala Harris by 3 points on the cost of living, right? Look at his net approval rating now. Woo! Down underwater we go. His net approval at a record low, 41 points below water. You can't win when you're at 41 points below water on the cost of living. Kamala Harris couldn't win. The Democratic Party couldn't win. And I'm here to tell you that there's a better chance that I root for the New York Yankees than Donald Trump and the Republican Party winning when he's 41.
You see what I mean now? How the hell could people have Kamala Harris down that low in terms of the cost of living? That doesn't make sense. That shows you there's bias. That's what that shows you. There's definite bias there. Because it definitely wasn't as bad as it is now. And on top of it, you're talking about Kamala Harris wasn't even the president. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like, but Donald Trump had been the president before, and now he's the president again, and motherfuckers preferred her. They rated him equal to her. That's insane. That's
1 points below water.
This was March 12th to March 16th. We could see even more, gas prices rise and prices go up in the coming days and weeks with the Iran war. So this number could get even worse. What about independence?
Yeah, what about independence? You think this 41 points below water is bad? Take a look at independence. It's even worse. 60 points underwater when it comes to Trump and the cost of living among independents. Again, a record low. You go back to October of 2024. He was winning on this issue over Kamala Harris by 11 points. Look at that switcheroo. That is a...
Think about this again. He was winning over Kamala Harris on cost of living. Yeah. Everybody who filled out that poll, who took that poll, you need to look in the mirror and start thinking, figure out why that happened in your brain.
71-point switcheroo in the wrong direction for Donald Trump when we're coming to the cost of living and independence. And this, my dear friends, is just a political nightmare waiting to happen for the Republican Party come the midterm election.
But it can't happen fast enough.
And do people really care about the cost of living?
You know, yes, they do, Mr. Berman. They do care about the cost of living. Why was Donald Trump reelected back in 2024? It was the cost of living. It was the number one issue, okay? Number one issue, top election issue, cost of living. 38% of Americans said it was so back in October of 2024. Look now, it's the same percentage. If anything, it's a point higher, though it's within the margin of error. 39%.
You said you pay, who was that? Ida, you said you pay $11.28 per gallon, $11. Is that you? Are you sure it's gallon or liters? Let me know. I'm gonna look it up. Let's see here.
Simply put, I am saying this loud and proud. You cannot win an election when you are the incumbent party and the top issue is the cost of living and you're the president of the United States and your net approval rating on it is 41 points underwater. I mean, you're with Greg Louganis at this point, and with independents, 60 points underwater. What, are you kidding me? You cannot win. If you're the president and you're the Republican Party and you're not addressing this issue, wave adios amigos, goodbye, see you later, your House majority, and may very well be your Senate majority as well.
You're saying it loud, which is very unusual for you.
I know,
Harry.
it's extremely unusual. A lot of coffee this morning.
Let's talk about inflation and what the prediction markets are saying, what direction they see it going forward.
Yeah, okay, you talk about 60 points underwater, you talk about 41 points underwater overall. You know, when we're talking about what the prediction markets, Kalshi prediction markets have, Chance March's CPI year over year is
it says in Norway it's $9.28 a gallon, and in the U.S. it's $3.88. But you know, gas has always been more expensive in Europe. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but it still is more expensive. You know, I'm curious what it would be before this war, but let me check that out also.
Above February is 2.4%. It's going in the wrong direction. 95% chance that inflation rises in the month of March. So you got the number one issue that is killing the incumbent party, killing the president right now, and it is going in the
inflation is going to rise. Oh, well, there's your theory about the cost of living being way too high under Biden. It just bust. You know, in fact, you should have gave Biden some time. You should have gave Biden and Kamala a little more time, given the fact that, like, look at what Trump's doing. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, people took out their anger on, I think, the wrong people in the United States of America. I think so. Your anger should have been taken off on the Supreme Court and these Republicans that were always been stopping you from any type of reparative damage in the United States of America. I mean, these stingy motherfuckers refuse student debt relief. So in their mind, while they get their salaries paid by the American taxpayer, they literally expect Americans there are Americans that are spending their entire life paying off student debt. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? This is what this Supreme Court thinks is fine. This is what this Congress thinks is fine. But this is what the Senate thinks is fine, but especially the Supreme Court, because when the Congress and the Senate passed student debt relief, the Republicans in the Supreme Court shut it down, just like numerous different bills that were designed for reparative relief for American citizens. All
the wrong direction with gas prices going higher. Just, you know, I'm just going to lay back on my Yiddish. Oy vey.
On a normal day, it's gone up the same amount. On a normal day in Norway, it's $7.85 a gallon, right? On a normal day in the U.S., it's $2.94 a gallon. So right now, it has gone up to, what's the price? It has gone up to, Norway is, what does it say Norway is now? Norway right now is $9.28. and the US is 338. So it's gone up about a little more than $1 in Norway, and it's gone up about $1 in the US, right? But it depends on what state you're in, right? What about the different states? I heard that California was $8 an hour for. It depends on what state you're in, right? To be honest with you, what the price is at the pump. California, it's $5.61 per gallon. Okay, so it's a little bit. It's like $1.50 lower than Norway. Washington State, similar. Hawaii, Washington State, California are all above $5, but California is $5.61. Oregon is $4.70. Nevada is $4.66. It ain't cheap. Oklahoma is in the $3 range. Yeah, let me see. Okay, and they said California crossed $6.58. Yeah, damn, that's deep, man. That's deep. Yeah. So California got Norway prices on gas down there.
Political cost of this could be going up soon. Harriet, and thank you very much.
Yeah, the political cost of this is definitely going up. It's sad.
For this.
We are
It's
tracking
sad.
rising gas prices.
Yeah, forget that. So let me see here. Epstein. Let me go over to the Epstein. Here we go. Let's go.
This is a temporary blip.
Let's go to Mr. Talk Shit, J.D. Vance, the guy that will just look. He doesn't care. He has a glass face. He has no sincerity about him at all. He's desperate for the money. He's desperate to get his chance in the White House. And because he knows how powerful that is. And this man was willing to lie to the American public time and time again to carry water for Donald Trump and his buddies, Peter Thiel, right? The tech bros, Elon Musk, all of them, to raid your fucking private information that the government has about you, and to kick people off of, what is it? Is it Social Security to make it more difficult for old people to get Social Security and handicapped people? And this is what Doge and the rest of these people were doing. This is what they were doing. Like no care about just people, yo. I don't think the United States has never seen this type of politician, with this type of hatred in a while. You see, not in my lifetime, this is very, very, even Reagan and Bush, Reagan didn't even mean this kind of shit. You see what I mean? Nixon, maybe not even Nixon, man. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a new level of hating human beings, right? Seriously. It's amazing, actually. It's hard to look at, though.
What happened under the Biden administration is that gas prices were high for 4 years. Gas prices are higher right now, and frankly, they're not even as high as they were during certain parts of the Biden administration because of what's going on in the Middle East. It's not going to last forever. We got a rough road ahead of us for the next few weeks, but it's temporary.
Yeah, remember that. Only 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks. Give it 2 more weeks of pain. A lot of people that were told 2 weeks last year, they ran out of money now. A lot of people that thought the economy would turn around, a lot of them, it didn't turn around fast enough like they said. They said it was supposed to be January. You know what I mean? Yeah, they just keep kicking the can down the road. And soon they're going to say, wait until fall, wait until after summer, watch.
U.S. gas prices have risen 86 cents per gallon on average since the start of the war and Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz. In a bid to help offset those costs, the Trump administration announced it is temporarily waiving the Jones Act, which will allow foreign flag ships to transport oil and gas between U.S. ports for the next 60 days. The U.S. Federal Reserve is predicting the disruption in the global energy markets will be relatively short-lived. But
will it bring the cost of gas down? Probably not.
Is giving itself some wiggle room. Fed Chair Jerome Powell says we just don't know how things are going to shake out. What we do know is that interest rates will not be going down yet. As expected, the Fed voted to keep benchmark lending rates unchanged at 3.5% and 3.25%.
You can worry about all of the ways that oil-related commodities go into manufacturing and that kind of thing. The truth is it's completely out of our hands, and we just, like everybody else, we have to just wait and see what happens. And
Yo, I mean, this guy is tasked with trying to save the U.S. dollar. You know what I'm saying? Like, because Americans would love to get some, more money printed, lower interest rates on that money being printed. But he's not going to do it because he knows we have a lunatic that has no fiscal responsibility. This administration cares not about wasting trillions and trillions of dollars. So you can't take down the rates. It would kill the dollar because they have no plan to fix anything. Their only plan is to spend anything that is left, maybe so the country will be bankrupt. You see what I mean? Like, so of course, and if you don't see any sunshine in the, off in the distance, you can't really lower the rates, man. And that is so sad. That is so sad,
it'll come down to how long, the current situation lasts, and then what are the effects on prices, and then how do consumers react and that kind of thing. Really, I wouldn't speculate in any way, and there's really not a lot we can do other than kind of watch and see.
Yeah.
Powell went on to say that a rate cut.
Wait till the roller coaster ride is over.
That won't happen until there's progress on inflation and the overall performance of the economy. Join me now to talk about that, Ryan Patel, Senior Fellow with the Drucker School of Management at Claremont Graduate University, joining us live here in Los Angeles. Ryan, thanks for being with us. This idea of this being temporary, do you buy that?
Put a 1 in the chat if you buy that. If this is temporary, put a 2 in the chat if it's not temporary. I don't fucking buy it.
It makes us feel better, yes, sure. I mean, I think the temporary piece.
As long as Trump is in office, this will definitely not be temporary. Okay, is his presidency temporary? How many days is he going to be left? Going to be in office in JD Vance? How long is it going to take for this administration to be impeached? That's how many days you have of suffering. It's just very simple.
Of what, Jerome Powell also.
There will be no relief until these motherfuckers are gone. And also, a couple of those Supreme Court justices got to go too, man, because they're the ones who let this guy in the hen house,
Too, right? The interest rate's not going anywhere. That's the easiest decision he's made.
Yeah.
Right? And I think part of this is the spotlight's not on him no more. Right? The spotlight really is what we're not talking about.
We're not talking about firing Jerome Powell. That's like 85 news cycles ago.
And we're not saying when is it going to come down.
Yeah.
You can't answer that question based on what is going on right now. And, inflation, oil prices, crisis, all those things are interconnected.
So the interest rate thing, real quickly, what does that mean for the average person? How does that affect their daily life?
Yeah, I mean, if you were hoping to refi a mortgage, or you were hoping to get these interest rates to go lower so you could do something with it, to me, the timeline just...
It ain't going to happen. Donald Trump has already spent that money. Gotta wait. Gotta wait now. So everybody that was thinking about borrowing some extra money to get through these hard times, and what does that mean? People's mortgages. People are about to get hit, and they're not going to be able to pay their mortgage because they can't get a fucking new loan because this motherfucker's spending all the money, and you can't get the interest rates to go down, so there won't be more money to be printed to be loaned out at low interest rate levels to kick jump the economy again. That's what that means. So, yeah, man, it's really about to be a wrap. And, well, let me not be too pessimistic, but what I mean is that these congressional members are not fucking stupid. These senators are not fucking stupid. And these Supreme Court justices are not stupid. They know what this means. They know loads of people are about to get kicked out of their homes. Yeah, they're about to lose their homes. Yeah, that's what they know. They know that for sure, man. Sadly enough, unless they just don't have any idea about how this works. You don't need a degree to know how this works.
Further out, right? I mean, the whole point of last year when you and I were speaking was how fast can we recover and how fast can it unlock home prices, the real estate markets. Now it's got to take a little bit longer.
Yeah, so we've been showing throughout the night this live picture of where crude oil prices are at. In the last hour, they were at 111, which is up from yesterday. It was like 100. How high do we think they can go? How high have they ever gone before?
Yeah, right. Historical prices, right? 140, 150 in the 2 decades ago, and even when the oil prices in the 1970s, we've seen spikes like this. The issue here of this time, why it's different, is that 20% of the oil that goes through the strait, right? That to me is a huge thing, and we're so interconnected, and does make an impact to global other aspects as well. And you just did some breaking news before I even walked in here that there's more attacks occurring oil fields, which is not even in what markets have even priced in going into tomorrow and today. And we saw Asia markets already reacting to it. So, you know, we've got to buckle down.
And we just saw that oil price went up $1 in the last hour, just as we were talking. So
it hasn't even hit the market yet. The bombing of the oil fields by Israel, the United States, and Iran has not even entered into the price of gas yet. That will happen maybe tomorrow. I mean, yeah, maybe tomorrow. It's going to happen. It's happening in the Asian markets, but in the EU and in the US, you got to wait till the markets open back up now.
What kind of position is the U.S. now in because of what we're seeing in the Strait of Hormuz? This is impacting all these different countries in different ways. Who does it benefit? Who's really hurting right now?
Yeah, I mean, right now, you know, in the conversation, you would think it's the U.S., but really they're at the bottom. They're really kind of more insulated than Asia, for example, when you think of China, Japan, and India, and South Korea, that gets a lot of their oil from the Middle East. Then you kind of go down the route to emerging markets who doesn't have, maybe Pakistan, Bangladesh, that doesn't have the currency to kind of withstand, or the reserves to withstand like the U.S. can. And then finally, you know, countries like Italy and Germany in the EU also have an impact, where the U.S. is in a better position than they had been compared to a decade ago, where they can go to the reserves and insulate some of it better than before.
I mean, the U.S. has more energy independence than we used to because of some of these decisions that Republicans would say to drill, baby, drill. But it's pretty good to have some of that going on right now. So,
but that was, you notice how he just said that CNN is about to be bought by another company. It's you know, they're about to be swooped up into one of these right-wing scams again by billionaires. And that comment right there is total bullshit, because Biden drilled, the U.S. under Biden pumped more oil than it had ever pumped before. Yo, Fries, yo, peace, man. I see you. Yeah. Good looking out. You know, and it's bullshit the way he just said that. Like, he's trying to make it seem something right about Republicans. Like, somehow this works. Listen, this gas money doesn't get in the American citizens' pocket at all. This is private companies. This is private fucking companies. American citizens don't benefit from gas, drill, baby, drill. That's what's so fucking sick. Yo, Edar, what's up, man? Let me see. This isn't talked about too much, but China will crush the U.S. in artificial intelligence soon. The U.S. spends more time arguing than seeking solutions. Sad. Yo, you're not lying there. I appreciate that too, man. I appreciate you out of Norway. Yeah, man. All I can say as an American citizen is you're right. And again, what are my fellow countrymen and women thinking? Like, what are they doing? What did, you know, this is so, I mean, I have to say this. The people that voted for Trump, you need some serious fucking soul searching. You need to search deep. You need to fucking search deep, because you have shown a flaw that exposes how ignorant and lost you are on earth. Like, seriously, you have basically exercised extremely poor judgment. Extremely poor. Like, let's say you walking with your kid and your job is to keep your kid from being grabbed up by some pedophile or some sex trafficker. You would be the person that gave your kid over to the sex trafficker and pedophile. That's how extremely bad your judgment was with Trump regarding everything that he's ever said and thought. You know, he said some things that should have been red flags, so many red flag things that you would be like, I would never vote for a motherfucker like him. It should have been a no-brainer. but something in your brain didn't react that way. You need to do some soul searching. Yeah, because it ain't, you on life support right now. Fucking life support. But let me peep up. I want to get to Tulsi Gabbard. But before I get to her ass, here's something else that I thought was interesting. The Marine who went ballistic in the hearing that a lot of people witnessed has something to say here. This guy.
To fight for Israel. His hand. Oh.
After going through this very
So he has a statement now.
very difficult last 2.5 years of watching innocents die, and hearing the generals ignore all of that and just go on as if America has done no wrong and has not laid out the red carpet for Israel to commit a genocide. I had heard enough, and with the Marine Commandant coming up next, I thought that was my time to speak.
Palestine will be free.
The orthopedic team, the orthopedic surgeon, mended my 2 bones, my ulna and radius, back together with some plates and screws. I wore my dress uniform to illustrate how a combat veteran is protesting this war, and I would think it would mean more from coming from a combat veteran. I've received so many amazing letters, and I appreciate all of them. And I've definitely got a couple haters, bunch of uniform nerds that think I was out of regulations and have disgraced the Marine Corps. But
better to do that than disgrace humanity. You know what I'm saying? Like, better to do that than disgrace humanity. Also disgrace spite your own face, because look, you have a president that not only did he get this wrong with Palestine, and yeah, that's so terrible, because there were some people thinking he was going to do better, but which is tragic. I spent a lot of time arguing with people that would not vote for Kamala Harris because they didn't like Biden's position. And I tried to tell these people that, listen, Kamala Harris is going to try to do something. You just got to give her a chance. She hasn't been the president. She's the first woman vice president to ever serve in the country's history. It's not easy having to go through men to get an opportunity to do anything. And that's what she's had to do. Give the lady a break. Especially, and Trump will be far worse. If you think at least she cares, Trump fucking hates her. I told people a million times, Trump doesn't give a fuck about Israelis. He doesn't. This is not about him helping. He doesn't care if you go down in a ball of flames. These people, straight up, I mean, I'm just saying it. As far as this base, look at Nick Fuentes and all of this whole thing about Jews. The KKK in the United States of America have always hated Jews. Simple. So why would anyone in their right mind think that he cares about Israel? However, he's willing. He knows, like, he wants war in that place. He would like to see Israelis and others killing each other. That's what he would like to see. That's the mindset of this group, right? And so you have to know that, and then that, wait a second, now it's a no-brainer. Give Kamala Harris a chance. But people didn't. They voted for Trump, and Trump is 10 times worse. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is the problem. And, so guys like this do have to speak up. That's great that he's speaking up. He's a brave person, and he's a real man, because he stood on his own. He don't need to be in a club with a bunch of special people that fucking agree with him. He was willing to stand out, and do something different, for his country also. And so we can not make even more graver mistakes, which we've already made, but yeah, just remember, a lot of people got some soul searching to do, but we need to recognize that there was something wrong with our judgment when we ever think that there is any excuse to have chosen Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. There is simply no goddamn excuse. There's no goddamn excuse. Like, People better get their heads screwed on. Kamala Harris is not a treasonist. Kamala Harris didn't take away your Social Security. She didn't take away your health care. She wasn't trying to do those things. Those are things she despises because she at least cares about everyday people. And I know there's some people out there that will never forgive her for prosecuting some people regarding laws that she didn't write herself, that the California state legislature wrote. But grow the fuck up. Grow the fuck up. God damn. Grow the fuck up, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, if people aren't perfect and life is not perfect, but what you're going through with Trump has nothing to do with that. You're going through something way further than not perfect. You're going through something deliberate. This is deliberately designed to fuck you over. You, the person that voted for him. This is specifically designed to fuck over the people who voted for him. That means something's wrong with your brain.
That's life. Listen, once a Marine, always a Marine. That's rhetoric that Marines say. Marines have the biggest chip on their shoulder. Marines are the best. They're the first to fight. All this and that. Trump, he's the commander-in-chief officially. But what's more important is...
He's right. Our government's compromised.
Right. Right is right, wrong is wrong, and Trump's wrong.
Right is right, wrong is wrong.
All right, so check out how cool this...
And Trump is fucking wrong. Yeah. And again and again and again. Okay, so let's see what Tulsi Gabbard is up to, man.
Attacks on the homeland. In the month of March alone, there were multiple high-profile Islamic terrorist attacks. You had Temple Israel Synagogue in Michigan. You had in Texas, you had an ISIS-inspired attack where they threw an IED in New York City.
Exactly.
What is your assessment as
Exactly, Harper Nip. Exactly. Trump has sold us out, man.
To the rise of Islamic terrorism on the homeland?
As you've pointed to, Congresswoman, this continues to be an extreme concern, not only because of the rise of these attacks, but the mechanisms which they're carried out and the challenges that the intelligence community has in being able to try to detect some of these threats and attacks in advance. I'd like to defer to the FBI director on some of this because they have been very successful in many cases over the last year in detecting them and preventing these attacks. But due to the nature of the challenge in many of these attackers not having contact with known foreign terrorist entities or individuals makes this a much more challenging threat to deal with.
And I want to turn to Director Patel. I think that's a good, important segue to get your assessment. And I also want to add another aspect of the question. We're working on a 9/11 Commission review, 25-year review. What other tools do you need to make sure that we are able to have the most robust, effective CT efforts?
Yeah. Thank you, Congresswoman. Just real quick. So last year we had 2,300 arrests related to foreign terrorist organizations. We had 700 counterterrorism arrests, and the FBI had 640 counterterrorism disruptions.
Oh,
where we stopped.
Crooked-eyed Joe is back. Look at this. You trust his fucking head? No. I'm sorry, man. I dislike this guy, and I don't dislike him any more than any of the rest of them. It's just a disdain for all of them, you know. He's just another version of the same bullshit, you know, and yes, no relation to me. I know there's some people that might think that because we have a similar color that we're related. No, I'm not related to this motherfucker at all. I cannot stand Kash Patel. Listen, we're not of the same ethnic group. I know this sounds fucked up that I'm about to say, but I have to say it. We're not from the same ethnic group. My group doesn't do what his group does on large. I mean, this motherfucker, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, man. This guy is a pick-me, you know, and he's a pick-me. He's a real life pick-me, and he's trying to right wing the right winger. He's trying to be more. I mean, this dude literally went out there and was like talking about Charlie Kirk. I'll see you in Valhalla. He is full of bullshit, 100%. You know, this is the type of person. I'm sorry, I don't know him personally, but he seems, in terms of his pick-me status, he is really a butt licker. He's a MAGA butt licker, and they know it. He is a brown nose. That's what this guy is. And I normally don't talk this way, but yeah, I have to do that with him because he's an utter embarrassment to anybody. He's an immigrant too. He's an immigrant background. His family's an immigrant background. Man, goddamn, what's wrong with you, man? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Like, get the fuck out of the United States of America. I mean, I have to say that this guy, he's an immigrant, and he's a hot fucking mess, Kash Patel. He's a hot fucking mess.
Stopped attacks on the homeland. Specifically in December, we stopped 4 in an 18-day span. What I need is...
Well, whoop-de-doo, genius.
Specifically highlighted in the Norfolk attack. In Norfolk, an individual who was convicted of terrorism and sentenced based upon that conviction should have still been in prison. The Department of Justice in the first Trump administration sought a sentence of 200.
Here we go with the politicizing of the Justice Department again. Politicizing in the FBI. Now it's in the Trump administration. Man, just shut the fuck up, man. Stop saying Trump's name. Just do the law. Well, why the fuck does it have to be in the name of some administration? I hate when they do that. That's so unprofessional. This goes back to his bootlicking status. This guy is a bootlicker. Listen, nobody that cares anything about Valhalla should want to have anything to do with this man. Like, you don't want bootlickers in Valhalla. You want soldiers, warriors and shit. People that stand on principle. That is not Kash Patel. That is not Kash Patel at all. No.
Of terrorism and sentence based upon that conviction should have still been in prison. The Department of Justice in the first Trump administration sought a sentence.
How many fucking times is he going to say that?
Of 240 months. The judge in that.
Hold on. I just caught his. Look at this fucking eyes, man. You see that? Look at that. Boop, 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 boop. He got a weak eye right there. Look at it. What the fuck? Look at this shit. What's wrong? Boop, 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 boop. What the fuck? What the hell is this, man? This is the real Kash Patel. See, it's always between the screenshots, in the seconds. This is where you get a real glimpse at what's going on in his fucking brain, man. This guy, man, this is pathetic, yo. This is pathetic.
That case downward departed and gave a variance to nearly half that sentence. If that had not occurred, that individual.
Yeah, he's not. I think he is in the Matrix. I think this dude is like the Manchurian Candidate. Like, they did something to his brain before they let him into this seat.
Would still be in prison, and a member of our uniformed military service would still be alive. I want to work with the legislature to figure out how to increase the sentencing for convicted terrorists and also work on the denaturalization.
Just remember, MAGA, he's part of the scam too. Just remember that. This man is part of the actual scam. He pretended like he was a right-winger to scam you out of your fucking money. What you gonna do about it?
Process.
Cause I know the motherfucker was a scammer. I said this a while ago. I could look at him and just tell this dude's a pick-me. He's a scammer. He doesn't stand. He has no ethics. This guy will say anything to fit in.
For someone who should not be in this country, who wants to attack and kill American citizens and American service members.
Yeah, see, he's going hard. You're not going to kill American service members. Oh, really, huh? And you're going to be the one to stop it. Okay. Yeah, whatever, man. That ain't going to work, Kash Patel. People seeing through you, man. Them lying eyes. People seeing through his lying fucking eyes, man. And speaking of that, let's continue. Hold on. Whoa. I'm sorry. Hold on. Here we go. Let's go.
Prices are soaring after an Israeli strike on the world's largest natural gas field, raising fears that Iran will retaliate with more attacks on oil and gas facilities. Here at home, gas prices are up 5 cents since yesterday. As for the Trump administration, the country's top national security officials today found themselves caught between a rock and a hard place. On one side, reality and the facts. On the other side, Donald Trump and his shape-shifting and sometimes contradictory explanations for why we went to war with Iran, when we went to war with Iran, what our goals are in the war with Iran, and when we expect to achieve those aims. In her opening remarks, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, strayed from her prepared remarks in this hearing before the Senate Intelligence Committee on worldwide threats. First, we'll show you what she ended up saying.
Prior to Operation Epic Fury, the ICSS says Iran was trying to recover from the severe damage to its nuclear infrastructure sustained during the 12-day war and continued to refuse to comply with its nuclear obligations with the IAEA, refusing them access to key facilities.
So what matters here is that she says there that Iran was, quote,
her demeanor is something not right here. I don't know what it is. Maybe she knows her clock is ticking. Her time is up. She's having a difficult time faking it, continuing to fake it. She doesn't seem too comfortable.
I'll show you what she ended up saying.
Prior to Operation Epic Fury, the ICSS says Iran was trying to recover from the severe damage to its nuclear infrastructure sustained during the 12-day war and continued to refuse to comply with its nuclear obligations with the IAEA, refusing them access to key facilities.
Yeah, it seems like it's a burden for her to sit here.
So what matters here is that she's...
Exactly. She's reading the script. She's not really... It's just reading the words on the paper.
Says there that Iran was, quote, trying to recover from the damage inflicted on its nuclear program by U.S. and Israeli airstrikes in 2025. However, in her prepared remarks, she wrote this, quote, as a result of Operation Midnight Hammer, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated. There has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote. Now, she ended up not saying that, and maybe it's because it would have contradicted what Donald Trump has been saying. Here's Donald Trump's current position as uttered last week.
They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks, and they would have used it long before this press conference.
What? Iran was 2 to 4 weeks away from a nuclear weapon? That yawning gap between what Tulsi Gabbard wrote and submitted in her prepared remarks and what she ended up saying today did not go unnoticed by the Democrats on the committee. Here's Senator Mark Warner.
Was trying to recover. Prior to Operation Epic Fury, the ICSS says Iran was trying to recover from the severe damage to its nuclear infrastructure sustained during the 12-day war and continued to refuse to comply with its nuclear obligations with the IAEA, refusing them access to key facilities.
Long before this press conference.
Donald Trump has been saying. Here's Donald Trump's current position as uttered last week.
They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks to 4 weeks, and they would have used it long before this press conference.
What? Iran was 2 to 4 weeks away from a nuclear weapon? That yawning gap between what Tulsi Gabbard wrote and submitted in her prepared remarks and what she ended up saying today.
That's what people said, Rafika, that she's a Russian asset. That's what people have been saying since even before she was appointed.
Did not go unnoticed by the Democrats on the committee. Here's Senator Mark Warner.
You omitted that paragraph from your oral opening. Was that because the president had said there was an imminent threat 2 weeks?
No, sir, I recognize that the time was running long, and I skipped through some of the portions
so you chose to take
my oral delivered remarks.
You chose to omit the parts that contradict the president.
She was running long and decided to edit out for length the part about where Iran was in its nuclear capabilities. It's historic in its own right. Bad news for Gabbard is that it went downhill from there. Gabbard admitted that even after weeks of airstrikes, Iran's regime remains intact, if degraded. At other points, Team Trump's top intelligence officials struggled to explain what Donald Trump knew and had been told would happen if they struck Iran. Here's Senator Michael Bennet questioning CIA Director John Ratcliffe.
I know, Director Radcliffe, that you warned President Trump that if Israel assassinated the supreme leader, the IRGC would replace him with potentially a harder line puppet. In fact, I think what was clear is that the likelihood was that it would be a hard line puppet. Do you disagree with that characterization of the intelligence?
To that specific question, what we knew was, first of all, I guess I have to address up front, so much of what you related in there, the difference between political rhetoric versus...
Not political rhetoric. I'm quoting the President of the United States.
Political rhetoric versus military...
Director, I'll ask
the difference between that and military and intelligence execution. But here's the most important thing. You mischaracterized this as saying there aren't clearly defined goals. The defined goals are very clear. Degrade and destroy the missile inventory and drone inventory, delay and degrade the military industrial base and factories that produce that, degrade and destroy the IRGC Navy that could control the Strait. These are all defined goals that were set out specifically. The premise of the question is that...
time back, Mr. Chairman, I can't get a word in edgewise. He won't answer the question, and then he's taking a minute of my time.
Trump's national security team having to sidestep Donald Trump's contradictory public explanations for why we are at war with Iran is where we start today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. New York Times investigative reporter focusing on national security, intelligence, and foreign affairs, Mark Mazzetti is back with us. Washington Post reporter John Hudson is here. He covers the State Department and national security. Also joining us, former director of the CIA, now our senior national security and intelligence analyst, John Brennan's here. John Brennan, I start with you. I am slightly ashamed of still having the capacity for sympathy and empathy for these officials, but I do. And I just explained to people that nobody made Tulsi Gabbard say the things in her prepared
how about no
remarks
peace, man?
Other than Tulsi Gabbard. So what Tulsi Gabbard intended to say, Tulsi Gabbard couldn't say because of what Donald Trump has said. And Mark Warner was simply calling her out on her own discrepancy between her own prepared remarks and her own statement, which she tried to chalk up to, quote, I edited that part for length. Seems like it got to the heart of the matter, no?
Yes, it was a very sad and troubling demonstration of the politicization of the intelligence community. What I really welcomed was the fact that in her prepared remarks, which were prepared by intelligence professionals, they stayed true to the facts and they provided the best analysis. But Tulsi Gabbard and others, the civilians, were doing their best to try to avoid saying anything that was going to antagonize the White House and Donald Trump. But it is clear that there is a contradiction and inconsistency between the intelligence basis that the intelligence community had provided to policymakers and the stated rationale and explanations, rather twisted, that have been coming out on this Iran war. And, you know, Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe, I think, were caught there by the senators trying to make sure that the American people were able to...
Yeah, you know, Tulsi Gabbard is like all things Russian. You know what I mean? Like, she's against Ukraine. Yeah, literally. What else? She had some other, I think Hillary Clinton called her out. Tulsi Gabbard, strangely enough, she said that that basically the Russians or someone, the right wing, put her up to run as a Democrat. Yeah, if you remember, when Hillary Clinton was running, she was also running to kind of, you know, go against Hillary Clinton. In other words, they would have had a double team. It could have been Trump or it could have been Tulsi Gabbard, you know. But they say that the Russians favored Tulsi Gabbard. Somehow Hillary Clinton said that. And I wonder what was behind that comment. But in any case, she has been alleged, all her talking points are basically Kremlin talking points, you know, especially about Ukraine, right? But she mentioned, let me see here, there's a number of past statements that she's made that have been like made people raise eyebrows, you know. Now, let me see here. The which one is it? Let me see here. People used to label specific reasons. Okay, Hillary Clinton grooming comment 2019. The term went mainstream during the 2020 primary when Hillary Clinton suggested in a podcast that Republicans were grooming Gabbard to be a third-party candidate and that she was a favorite of the Russians, right? The fallout, Gabbard famously sued Clinton for the defamation letter, right? So she got sued, right? But then she withdrew the suit later, right? Later dropping the suit and argued that Clinton was using McCarthy-style tactics to silence anti-war voices. So she's an anti-war voice. See how this is just flip-flopped the whole way? They're all in on the scam. You see what I mean? Because they're all flip-flopping. You know, that's not by coincidence. She was anti-war, just like the rest of them that were actually, they're not anti-war at all. They're basically criminal, corrupt. The logistic, right? The logic. Okay, let me see here. Critics pointed out that Russian state media like RT and Sputnik and bot networks frequently promoted Gabbard's content, viewing her as a disruptor of American political establishment. So they promoted her over the metasphere, essentially, Tulsi Gabbard, right? Okay, now her stance on the Ukraine war. Gabbard has made several statements that critics say perfectly align with the Kremlin's talking points. NATO expansion. Just before the 2022 invasion, she argued that the war could have been prevented if the U.S. guaranteed Ukraine would never join NATO. Exactly. Russian talking point 101. Okay. A core demand of Vladimir Putin. Very simple. Biolabs. In early 2022, she posted a video expressing deep concerns about the U.S. funded biolabs in Ukraine. While the U.S. does fund biological research, labs globally for public health, right? So we do that globally. Gabbard's framing was seen as validating a Russian disinformation campaign that claimed the U.S. was developing bioweapons in Ukraine. That's not true. Okay. Democracy. She frequently questioned whether Ukraine is a true democracy, citing the suspicion of certain political parties and media outlets during the war. You know, this is all pro-Kremlin talking points. The current context. DNI and Russian hoax 2025-26. Since being sworn in as DNI on February 13, 2025, the asset label has resurfaced with a vengeance because of her actions with the intelligence community, disclassifying Russiagate. Gabbard has made it her mission to release documents that she claims prove 2016 Russian investigation was manufactured hoax by Obama-era intelligence community. I mean, come on, this is laughable. But this is the lane that she is going down. This is who they're talking about here. Brenner is talking about, right? Brennan, I'm sorry. John Brennan. Now, let's see. What else is there? Whistleblower mystery. Last month, February 2026, reports emerged of a cloak and dagger whistleblower complaint involving Gabbard. It reportedly concerns high classified materials about Russia and that she has allegedly kept from Congress, leading to fresh accusations from political rivals that she is protecting Moscow's interests. Yes, this is the same lady, Tulsi Gabbard, right? So what is it about her? Okay, she Russian state media treats her like a hero. She's a veteran who knows the cost of the regime change wars, right? This is what the supporters say. She parrots Russian propaganda. She's a realist who wants to avoid nuclear war. That's what the supporters say. So the critics say she parrots Russian propaganda. The supporters say she's a realist who wants to avoid nuclear war. The critics say Russian state media treats her like a hero. Her supporters say she's a veteran who knows the cost of regime change wars. They're giving this lady a lot of credit. She's a veteran, huh? Okay, well, she is dismantling intelligence to help Putin. And then the supporters say she's cleaning a house and exposing deep state corrupt. Deep state? Okay, the deep state can't release the Epstein files though, huh? Yeah, it's the deep state that's keeping the Epstein files. Yeah, so that's Tulsi Gabbard. So let's hear more of John Brennan speak about her. Let's see.
Hear from the leadership of the intelligence community. Unfortunately, I think they, again, avoided doing anything that was going to upset Donald Trump.
Mark Bessent, let me come to you. And if I've been keeping a list of what they've publicly stated for rationales. I've got Trump as the only one who has said that we are at war with Iran because they were, quote, two to 4 weeks away from having and using a nuclear weapon. On my ledger, Rubio hasn't said that. Rubio has said Israel was going to strike, and in response, Iran was going to do things, and so we got in the middle of that. Ratcliffe has articulated a rationale that's around degrading naval and ballistic missiles. Has anyone else in the national security apparatus said what Donald Trump said about being at war in Iran because they were, quote, 2 to 4 weeks away from having and using a nuclear weapon?
I think it was the day before the war, Nicole, we spoke and talked about this 11th hour case that was being made for war, based on the idea that Iran was a kind of imminent threat. And even then, the week before the war, you heard national security officials asserting all sorts of different things. One of them being Steve Witkoff, who had said, I think, that Iran was 1 week away from a bomb. And he then never repeated that. And then until we heard the president talk about 2 to 4 weeks. There has been not only the justifications for the goals of the war, but also the reasons about the threat that Iran poses have been all over the map. I think what you saw today is sort of how American officials are trying to square what's fundamentally in tension. This idea that back in June, the president said Iran's capacities to enrich uranium were totally and completely obliterated, right? And the more you accept that, the less you can justify the imminence of the threat today.
Exactly.
And I think that's what we're seeing. That's what we saw play out in today's hearing.
Mark Bessent, didn't they fire somebody who refused to toe that line about, quote, total obliteration from the Defense Intelligence Agency?
Yes. So he did so, and it's you can see that there is daylight, right? Because the professionals are, as John Brennan said, relying on the underlying intelligence, right? Yeah. And so they are going to be careful about going beyond that. And the question is also like the imminence of the threat that Iran poses in other capacities. For instance, the ballistic missiles, which we can talk about, which was also brought up today as a question of just how much the imminence of the threat existed.
John Hudson.
All right, so let me ask y'all a question. How many of you think that despite these people, you know, the civilian heads of these departments, because that's all they are really at the end of the day, they're not all the employees. They're just one individual in a room with career professionals, right? So these are appointed people that end up working in departments with career professionals, people that have a lot more experience than they have. So they're relying on all the support staff, right, to get anything done. How many of you feel like the support staff is going to hold the U.S. together, like that these people won't be able to get away with their shenanigans without it being all documented by, you know, fellow American citizens that are employees in these different departments? How many of you feel like that's what's going on and that's going to be the difference? How many of you think that the employees, the other federal employees, will protect the country while these lunatics, these civilian heads, are put in place? Put a 1 in the chat if you think they will protect the country while these nuts are appointed to the heads of these departments. And put a 2 in the chat if you think it's going to be overwhelming, like it's just too much. I'm curious. I think it's people. I think the people, they're closing in. That's what I think. I think this is all about to turn around, and I think the federal employees, military, everyone, I think this whole thing is about to turn on Trump and his entire administration. Because I do think that at the end of the day, more and more people are waking up and starting to see the threat for what it is, to put the pieces together. Everybody doesn't put the pieces together at the same time. It might take a little more time for some, but it does happen. And it appears that this situation, there's no guardrails for Trump. So there are a lot of people that probably wish he would have got away with stuff and then quieted down a little bit and play it safe. But Trump doesn't have that in him. He doesn't have a play safe button. He's a true lunatic, out of control. And so I'm curious where, I pretty much think it's going to explode in his face. But I'm curious how exactly. And I'm just curious about that. And, why, one other thing that pops in my head is that if he is purposely selling out the U.S., then why wouldn't they get rid of his ass? I'm talking about Putin or whoever he has worked with in this supposed treason. Would they want him alive? Because as long as he's alive, he could talk. You see what I mean? And I'm just curious about that, if that makes him a target. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because once you use somebody so badly, don't you want to get rid of the evidence? You know what I'm saying? To me, that seems logical. And I'm curious. I'm curious about that. Now, let me see. What did she say here? She said that there was no imminent threat. Is that what she said? Let me see here. Yeah. She said, who decides what imminent threat is? That's what Tulsi Gabbard said. They asked her in the hearing about imminent threat, or they asked her about something, and then she explained it as only the president can decide what an imminent threat is.
Is it the job?
Check this out. Let me turn that down.
Of the Director of National Intelligence to determine what is and what is not an imminent threat to the United States? She says no. Listen.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False.
Seems like a fair question to ask. I mean, is the president supposed to come up with this information about what's an imminent threat based off of just out of thin air, based off of his imagination?
No, what he feels in his mind.
Or in what he feels in his gut? Or is it her job to tell him, Mr. President, here are what the threats are, here are how urgent these threats are, okay? And urgent is another way of describing what imminent might mean.
Well,
imminent is a
different
type of urgency, right?
Yes.
And then the president decides what's actionable. So to Andrew McCabe's point, I mean, is it just that Trump just gets to decide based on his gut? That's a threat. In which case, what are we in a world of fact or in a world of feeling?
No, we're in a world of fact. I think Andrew McCabe's characterization of her answer goes very far from what she actually said. The question of whether or not something is imminent to the point where you're going to order military strikes is separate, and is the sole decision maker there is the president. It's based on the intelligence that they're getting. And Tulsi Gabbard's point was, we present the probabilities of what is a potential threat.
Now this guy, you see, I told you, CNN is is about to be bought by a right wing, basically billionaire that owns other media companies. The free press is about to be finished in the U.S. They're moving rapidly. No monopoly laws exist anymore. But this guy, he's incorrect because there's two criteria. There's two. What did they say? It's about the actual circumstance. That qualifies what she means, and there's two different circumstances that they could be asking her about. He's assuming that they're asking her about the president, but that's not what they asked her. They didn't ask her about the president. They asked her imminent threat. The question is posed to her, right? They say, who decides what imminent threat is? Who decides what an imminent threat is, right? To America. Well, she partly does. And that's where she can answer. She can say, we make on the intelligence, in the intelligence department, we make these assessments and we bring them to the president. That's what she was supposed to say. That's not what she said. So on some level, they do decide what an imminent threat is, because their job would be bring this to the president. You know what I mean? It looks like this rise to imminent threat. They're his advisors, how the fuck would Donald Trump know anyway? You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, it depends on what it is. But why do you have you know, all of these people working on this level supposedly being security experts, and they don't know what an imminent threat is themselves? That doesn't make any sense.
Threat, and the president gets to decide with decision. The sole decision maker there is the president. It's based on the intelligence that they're getting. And Tulsi Gabbard's point was, we present the probabilities of what is a potential threat, and the president gets to decide with counsel whether or not he believes that it qualifies as.
So you don't know what, in other words, he's saying they don't know. The intelligence community doesn't know what an imminent threat is. That makes no fucking sense. That's how you know this is legacy media.
To the point of what imminent means, it's not the same as what we all use this term. It started with the Bush doctrine, and it expanded greatly under Obama, and they're basically arguing.
You hear this? You see that? And expanded greatly under Obama. Obama's the magic word. So because because Obama had some privilege, now Trump does. That's what that equals. So don't be mad at Trump. Be mad at Obama. He did it first. If he hadn't have done this, then Trump wouldn't be doing what he's doing now. This is bullshit.
Started with the Bush doctrine, and it expanded greatly under Obama. And they're basically arguing three main points, I think, for what imminent threat actually can be in this role. Whether or not you have a window
in this role
of opportunity, and they had obviously a window of opportunity in this case. Most of the people in Iran leadership are.
Listen, this doesn't make any sense. The security apparatus is supposed to come to the president if they believe something is an imminent threat. I'm sorry. He's saying that the only one who can define that is the president. The only one who can discern that is the president. That's bullshit.
We're no longer alive. The ability to go after someone who is in fact, or an organization, a regime, is a potential threat. Do they have the capabilities to threaten us? And the argument from the beginning wasn't solely about tomorrow they can have nuclear capabilities. It was whether or not they were going to have the ballistic missile coverage to ensure that they can, in fact, cover their nuclear capabilities.
He's doing a whole lot of fucking explaining. He's doing Trump-splaining right here. It's crazy.
We're talking about, this is a lot of mission creep here, and also moving of the goalposts, because neither of those things that you pointed out deal with the imminence of the threat itself. Right. Do they have the capabilities? That's
what imminence is in this context.
Let's talk about the main thing. Do they have the capabilities? Okay. Let me play what Tulsi Gabbard said.
Exactly. If they don't have the capabilities, there is no imminent threat. That's just what it is. This is ridiculous.
About her written testimony on that front. Does Iran have the capability to rebuild its nuclear program? Here's what she said.
In your printed testimony today on page 6, and your last paragraph on page 6, as a result of Operation Midnight Hammer, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated. There's been no efforts to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. You omitted that paragraph from your...
Exactly. So where's the imminent threat? Where's the imminent threat?
Program was obliterated.
This is Tulsi Gabbard's own introduction. She destroys the whole concept of imminent threat. So what the fuck? If she didn't go to the president with anything that was an imminent threat, that could be perceived as an imminent threat, how did he come to the conclusion?
In your printed testimony today on page 6, and your last paragraph on page 6, as a result of Operation Midnight Hammer, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated. There's been no efforts to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. You omitted that paragraph.
There's been no effort to try to rebuild the capability. That's what the security people are saying. This is what they're saying.
Of Operation Midnight Hammer, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated. There's been no efforts to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. You omitted that paragraph from your oral opening. Was that because the president had said there was an imminent threat 2 weeks?
No, sir, I recognize that the time was running long, and I skipped through some of the portions.
Well, obviously she's lying, and obviously what she said contradicts what the president said. And yeah, let's hear some more, though.
In the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
Okay. So it's as plain as day. They destroyed their nuclear capabilities last year. They told us it was obliterated. She just confirmed they had made no efforts to reconstitute that program.
Exactly.
How is that not significant?
How does that not prove there was no fucking imminent threat? You know, it's just that simple. So this guy doing all this Trump-splaining back here, listen to this motherfucker. This is retarded. Why did he even waste people's time? Listen to this. Yeah, let's hear it again.
Okay, and urgent is another way of describing what imminent might mean.
Well,
imminent is a
it's a different.
Well, let me tell you, it's different. It's not what you think it is, and let me tell you why. Because you're a reporter on CNN, and you must have got your job through DEI. So obviously, you don't have any clue what imminent means.
That is a type of urgency, right?
Yes.
And then the president
DEI
decides what's actionable. So to Andrew McCabe's point, I mean, is it just that Trump just gets to decide?
Then he's going to go into his mansplaining with Trump, his manosphere. Let me explain to you what imminent threat means. Not in this context. It doesn't mean that. This motherfucker is cold busted lying, you know, carrying Trump's water. You know, this is ridiculous.
Based on his gut, that's a threat. That's a threat. In which case, what are we? Are we in a world of fact or in a
She's right. Everything she said is 100% accurate. Now listen to him carry water.
World of
feeling? We're in a world of fact. I think Andrew McCabe's characterization.
In a world of fact. In a world of fact, the head of the security of the U.S., right, just said there was no imminent threat. Their capabilities had been demolished.
Of her answer goes very far from what she actually said.
You hear this? This is some bullshit.
The question of whether or not something is imminent to the point where you're going to order military strikes is separate, and is the sole decision maker there is the president. It's based on the intelligence that they're getting. And Tulsi Gabbard's point was
the intelligence was that they had been dismantled. They made no attempt to rebuild it. Duh. How is that an imminent threat?
Present the probabilities of what is a potential threat, and the president gets to decide with counsel whether or not he believes that it qualifies as imminent. To the point of what imminent.
So, in other words, you know, he's lying for Trump. He's out here trying to make excuses for Trump. It's a technicality. It's only the president that gets to decide what an imminent threat is. No. He's the one that takes the official, you know, that says act, right? But he's not the one that makes the assessment of what an imminent threat is. That's wrong. People share that role in government. You know, it's never up to one person. Are you insane? Next thing you know, what is he going to do? Launch a nuclear bomb because he just thinks there's an imminent fucking threat? That doesn't make any sense. Then why do you need the other people to have the security codes? I mean, separate security codes. You would have to get like something like 3 or 4 different maybe 5 different security codes to launch a nuclear strike. You see what I mean? And one person doesn't have all the codes. So this is not making sense. This is not making sense.
Means it's not the same as what we all use this term. It started with the Bush doctrine, and it expanded greatly under Obama. And
this is classic just brainwash. He had to throw Obama in there.
They're basically arguing 3 main points, I think, for what imminent threat actually can be in this role. Whether or not you have a window of opportunity.
Look at this guy to the right. He's like, this motherfucker is on some
what
bullshit.
Imminent threat actually can be in this role.
Look at that. You see this? Everyone knows this is a fucking lie. Look at his face. This guy is straight up lying, man. And it's pathetic.
Whether or not you have a window of opportunity, and they had obviously a window of opportunity in this case. Most of the people in Iran leadership are no longer alive. The ability.
Okay. Y'all, did you achieve your mission?
To go after someone who is in fact, or an organization, a regime, is a potential threat. Do they have the capabilities to threaten us? And the argument from the beginning wasn't solely about tomorrow.
I'll have to ask Friars, is this guy a Zionist? Because it's like he's trying to make things connect that, it's just going too far, man. It's just going too far. All we asked is about Tulsi Gabbard's comments saying that their nuclear ability had been refine the nuclear material, right? I forget what it's called, had been destroyed, and they have made no attempt to restart it. That's what she said. This dude is doing all of this explaining because of that.
They can have nuclear capabilities. It was whether or not they were going to have the ballistic missile coverage to ensure that they can, in fact, cover their nuclear capabilities.
Can I just say, we're talking about this is a lot of mission creep.
So it was about the missile. Would they have the nuclear? What would they have the what?
It was whether or not they were going to have the ballistic missile coverage.
Would they have the ballistic missile coverage? But they don't have the nuclear material for the bomb to be nuclear, man. Well, you see, this is straight up lying.
To threaten us. And the argument from the beginning.
They don't have the enriched uranium.
Wasn't solely about tomorrow they can have nuclear capabilities. It was whether or not they were going to have the ballistic missile coverage to ensure that they can, in fact, cover their nuclear capabilities.
Can I just say, we're talking about this is a lot of mission creep here, and also moving of the goalposts, because neither of those things that you pointed out deal with the imminence of the threat itself. Do they have the capabilities? That's
what imminence is in this context.
Let's talk about the main thing.
No, that's not what imminence is in his. And he doesn't get to choose the There's many things, scenarios that can lead a person to imminent threat. But so far, no, that's not what they said in the media. This is not, and it doesn't even make any sense what he said, because you have to have enriched uranium to a certain degree to have a nuclear bomb. And so now he's moving the goalpost to, it was about, could they have the rocket? Yeah, but the rocket is not what it's about. It's about the actual uranium. They already have fucking rockets. That's a goddamn lie. It's ridiculous. Everyone knows they got rockets.
Do they have the capabilities? Okay, let me play what Tulsi Gabbard said about her written testimony on that front. Does Iran have the capability to rebuild its nuclear program? Here's what she said.
In your printed testimony today on page 6,
all right.
And your last paragraph on page 6, as a result of Operation Midnight Hammer, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated. There's been no efforts to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. You omitted that paragraph from your oral opening. Was that because the president had said there was an imminent threat 2 weeks?
No, sir, I recognize that the time was running long, and I skipped through some of the portions.
In the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote,
all right, so, yeah, let me just hear what the commentary is on the backside here.
I think what is happening right now in our country is that whether you voted for Donald Trump or not, I think there is a lot of skepticism is what our leadership is doing. And it's not because we're playing, with toy soldiers on a table at night. It's because there are real lives that are at stake. And it's not just the lives of soldiers, but there are people who can't put food on the table because the gas prices there are so many collateral consequences because of this action. And it just doesn't feel like our leaders are being honest with us. Now, if the end game in this is that you are fine with going to war with Iran, regardless, whether they had nukes or not, I think the American people would actually appreciate that honesty. Like, we don't want them to have any power, and we are going to take them out with our allies in Israel. If that's your truth, say it. But don't lie to us and make us believe that we're stupid when we can also, we watch the same news, we read the same thing, and the inconsistencies are there. And so the what is really under all of this, why this testimony is so troubling is that, why would you leave that paragraph out conveniently? Because they run over the clock every day in Congress. Yeah. So today we're going to play by the rules?
But she's not known for being honest either. Somebody said, who was this? TEE says, just because there weren't any nuclear capabilities doesn't mean they weren't planning to hit nearby bases with non-nuclear weapons. But that doesn't make any sense what you're saying. Let me explain to you how it works in reality. There are already defenses there for regular goddamn missiles, man. Come on, what are you talking about? They're in every country. You need to take another look. Take a deeper look at what's going on and take some more time to inform yourself about what's happening. And that's okay that you don't really recognize it, but I'm just saying now that somebody's told you, take the time. In all these nations, right, Kuwait, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, Oman, they have Saudi Arabia, they have U.S. defense systems there ready for missiles, dude. What are you talking about? Or if you're a dude, the issue, those things are already there. They can easily defend from those, right? And they do all the time. Not that successful all the time, but, you know, with drones, it's hard to. That's a different technology. But in any case, they have good enough defenses, okay? But you'll never have enough defenses, Iran or the United States, to stop anyone from blowing up oil fields. You won't have that. To stop anyone from hitting a couple of schools and things like, you won't have that either. But the United States is not in the Middle East, my friend. So that's different. The United States, you know where the United States is? The United States is all the way over here. You got to go a long way with a missile, and you have a lot of time. You see what I'm saying? And you do have enough time to defend yourself from that also. You see what I mean? Especially with the type of defenses we have. Now, this region, right? The only concern we should have had is the same concern that we always have regularly and which we normally deal with in other ways. And that is, you know, what to do in case they attack us. How do we respond? Do we hit them? Do we bomb them? And that's what you do. But so in any case, when you're talking about preemptive strikes because they could hit us with a missile, well, you're dealing with that every day of the week. What? That was last week. That was the week before. That was the week before that. You were okay 2 weeks ago. You were okay, right? I mean, so most of the days you're perfectly fine with that ability. Nothing's going on with that ability most of the time. 99.9% of the time, everything goes just fine with that scenario. The question is, what made you attack them this time? And Trump said it was imminent threat. So, are you in an imminent threat every day of the fucking week? Is that what you're telling me? You mean we've been in imminent threat all this time we've been getting our oil? Is that what you're saying? And now we need this is an imminent threat, so we need to stop all of that? I mean, it doesn't make any damn sense. It doesn't make any sense. Yes, we have bases in that region. That's what I just told you, idiot. We have bases in this region. So what are you talking about? Yeah. You were like, they could have struck us. That's what the imminent threat was. They could have struck us with another type of missile, not a nuclear. This is what you said. This is what you said. You said just because there weren't any nuclear capabilities doesn't mean they weren't planning to hit nearby bases with non-nuclear weapons. Hello? What are you talking about? I don't get it. These bases are already there. They don't even have to aim their rockets because they're already set every day of the week. You don't understand that? What do you think? They're set in a different direction than where all the military bases are? Is that what you think? All right. Well, yeah, you're welcome to think that if that's what you want. Let me get you some Fox News though. That might be more up your alley. Let's see here. Let's go.
Hannity, we start tonight with
this is Fox. Fox is selling the winning ticket, y'all, in case, you know, since everybody else is on the losing ticket. This is Fox. Here we go.
High-ranking official from Iran's rogue regime tonight, again dead. This time, the top intel chief was taken out. We have the details coming up and the latest developments from the Middle East. General Keane will join us tonight. Also, we'll cover a major crisis brewing right here at home. Massive lines at airports, FEMA without funding, TSA, the Coast Guard, Secret Service, other critical security officials that are working for over a month without pay, all in the middle of a conflict with the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism. Now, thank you to the Democratic lawmakers shutting down the Department of Homeland Security when the threat has never been greater. And according to Democrats, quote, there's a quote, making people hurt is their new strategy in the DHS shutdown battle. The House Speaker, Mike Johnson, will react tonight. Also,
look at this. I'm sorry, but what kind of news?
Shutdown.
Look at this. What kind of news? They don't even tell you who said this. It's a quote, and he doesn't even bother to tell you what Democrats said this. This is what Fox News resorts to.
When the threat has never been greater. And according to Democrats, quote, there's a quote, making people hurt is their new strategy in the DHS shutdown battle. The House Speaker, Mike.
So it's claiming to be from X, but not from any particular Democrat. Then that one, you wouldn't just take a picture of it, a snapshot on an actual specific person's page who wrote this. No, what you would do is just report it differently, recreate the whole thing like it's a snapshot, then put a little X symbol at the bottom and just say, this is what Democrats are saying. That's Fox News.
Mike Johnson will react tonight. Also, Senator Tom Cotton, Senator Josh Hawley, former FBI Deputy Director, our friend Dan Bongino will be here as well. We have a full report. There is a mystery unfolding that is captivating the nation tonight. A 20-year-old Alabama student who went missing during a spring break trip to Barcelona. Now get this, also tonight. Marxist Kami Mamdani's wife caught saying something way beyond disturbing. Let's see what he has to say this time. But first, we have more major progress out of Iran. In just 2 days, 3 of the country's most senior remaining leaders were killed in airstrikes. And late last night, multiple 5,000-pound bombs were dropped on Iranian missile sites near the Strait of Hormuz. Here now with the very latest on this conflict with Iran, Mike Tobin, again, staying up late with us. He's in Tel Aviv tonight. Mike.
And Sean, a desperate Iran is now firing at its neighbors and promising to reduce the oil infrastructure to ashes. Now, another cluster bomb arrived in the skies over Tel Aviv, delivered by an Iranian rocket this evening. It broke up as it's designed to do in the skies, dropping bomblets to the residential areas down below. We do have reports now of another fatality in a Tel Aviv suburb because of Iranian cluster bombs. This as rescue crews are searching through the destruction caused by those bomblets. Saudi Arabia says 5 drones flew at their oil infrastructure. 4 ballistic missiles flew at Riyadh, and the Saudi foreign minister said what little trust existed before with Iran has completely been shattered. Iran also fired on Qatar's largest liquefied natural gas field. That prompted Qatar to declare Iranian security and military attacks.
This is crazy. So this is what's going to show up in the prices tomorrow. In the oil prices. It will hit the stock market tomorrow. I guess the market was closed before this happened.
Over in the skies, dropping bomblets to the residential areas down below. We do have reports now of another fatality in a Tel Aviv suburb because of Iranian cluster bombs. This as rescue crews are searching through the destruction caused by those bomblets. Saudi Arabia says 5 drones flew at their oil infrastructure. 4 ballistic missiles flew at Riyadh, and the Saudi foreign minister said what little trust existed before with Iran has completely been shattered. Iran also fired on Qatar's largest liquefied natural gas field. That prompted Qatar to declare Iranian security and military attachés persona non grata. The Iranian staff is now being kicked out of Doha. And in the course of 2 days, Israel has eliminated 3 high-value targets in what remains of the Iranian leadership. This evening, the IDF says they have fired for the first time into the north of Iran. Sean, back to you.
All right, Mike Tobin, notice that the Iranians are shooting for civilian targets, and of course, the U.S. and Israel, they are going for military targets. Mike, thank you. Now, let's take a look at an important stat that many people.
I'm not hipping for anybody. I really wish this. I think this was totally stupid. It's gonna cost the United States taxpayer more. More money, obviously money that, for some reason MAGA doesn't think should be used on things like healthcare, childcare, any of that stuff, right? They don't want it because in their mind, although they haven't proven it, they can't have those things because illegals get it. So it's better to make sure 30 million American citizens don't get it if it means like 1%, maybe 1 million immigrants won't get it. That would be great. Illegal immigrants. That's how they do the math in MAGA. But they do have money for this out of the blue, just from one day to the next. No problem. And on top of it, they could do it all alone. According to MAGA supporters, Trump supporters, they don't need allies. That was the whole point. Trump said he could do it alone. And obviously, you don't insult people that you need or you respect. So it's over with now. They got to go in alone, and that's going to cost even more money. See, it could have been cheaper with friends. You could have shared the cost, but that's not going to happen anymore, because the one thing about people is that people have pride and they don't like to be disrespected like that. So that could change some things. You know what I mean? That makes people more reluctant to want to help you. Right. And it also makes people want to clamp down on you, too. I think they really feel like the United States people voted for Trump. So the people need to figure that out for themselves before we, how can I say this? We don't want to force them to have similar values as us. I think that's where the world is. That's where the Western world is with the United States. They don't want to force Americans to want health care or, want education for their citizens, all their citizens. They don't want to force those values on you if you believe differently. So they're just going to try to stay out of the way. You know what I'm saying? Since people aren't appreciative. You know what I mean? I mean, now Donald Trump is begging them, by the way, but it's not going to happen.
Well, not familiar with, only around 2%.
And Sean Hannity backs up Trump's words, by the way. So, this is one of those types. Sean Hannity is like a second generation immigrant. Yeah. And he has these ideas about Europe. These Donald Trump ideas about Europe. I mean, it's interesting to follow this. It goes to show you in sociology, immigrants can actually be like this. This motherfucker really has a problem with all of Europe. You know what I mean? Except he's an immigrant himself from Europe. This shit is bizarre. How bizarre? How bizarre? Sean Hannity, how bizarre? Second generation immigrant. You know what I'm saying? Lectures Europe. You know what I'm saying? He says, what does he say? He says, Europe is finished. That's literally what this video is called by Fox News. Here, watch.
Of America's oil is imported through the Strait of Hormuz. That's it. Now, double, triple, quadruple that amount. Well, that's what gets imported to the various members of the EU, European Union, and that means NATO, quote, allies. And yet, when President Trump invited our European allies to contribute to the security of their own oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz, Europe balked at the mere suggestion that they might participate in their own security.
Selling that lie again.
To say this, NATO in Europe is finished.
You see that? Now let's go to Sean Hannity. Let's see who Sean Hannity. He's a fucking arrogant bastard. But let's go here. Is Sean Hannity? I think he's from Ireland, man. I'm sorry, Ireland. I know. I forgive you. I know it's not anything about being Irish. Everybody shits out a rotten brick once in a while. But is Sean Hannity an immigrant? Let's see here. Yeah, he's a bad one. He's a bad guy. No, so check this out. He was born in New York City, right? Sean Hannity was born in New York City, Brooklyn to be specific. Damn, man, you giving Brooklyn a bad name, bro. All right. However, the reason, look at this, his family background. Both of his parents, Hugh and Liliana Hannity, were children of Irish immigrants. So he's a second generation, or maybe you could say third. It depends on how you would call that. I think in Denmark, that would be called a second generation immigrant, right? Were children of Irish immigrants. So his grandparents came to the country. They moved themselves. Reports vary exact timing, identifies as being from the first generation household. So he's from a first, look at this, Tommy, but he frequently identifies as being from, right. So he's from a first generation household. So his parents were born in the U.S. His grandparents weren't. Okay. So yeah, he's a second generation immigrant, I guess you could say. Right now, heritage, he's 100% Irish descent. I'm sorry for Ireland. You know, this guy doesn't even like you. I mean, this is what's crazy about it. He doesn't respect your values. Doesn't respect you, man. Heritage, he's 100% Irish descent and often discusses his Irish American roots and his family Catholic faith on his show. Upbringing, he grew up in Franklin Square, Long Island, and has spent the vast majority of his life and career in New York before recently moving his primary residence to Florida. In other words, he's an asshole. All right. I met types like this. Why is it news now? Okay. Trump administration. Yeah. So why is this news? Look, as of March 2026, his heritage has been brought up more frequently because of his vocal support for Trump administration's current hemisphere first immigration policies. Critics often point to his own family immigrant story to argue against his hardline stance on the border, while Hannity argues that his family did it the right way. No, you didn't. No. That's for other people to decide, not you, Sean Hannity. What the fuck? He's just taking on himself to decide that. Well, why can't everybody just say that? I did it the right way. Isn't that ironic? A lot of immigrants that got deported said that too. A lot of people said, hey, you went to the court, you asked for asylum, you're waiting for your court case to finish, you did it the right way. And Trump and them are saying, no, you're right now, you haven't been granted, you've been on stay waiting for your case to end, but you haven't officially been granted. So you're illegal. Let's drag you out of the country violently in front of your kids. That's literally what's happening. He did it the right way, though, through the legal channels. What does that mean? What were the legal channels? Okay, let me ask. What were the legal channels Sean Hannity's grandparents had to fulfill when migrating to the USA? That's a good question, right? Let's see. To understand the legal channels Sean Hannity's grandparents followed, it's helpful to look at the area in which they arrived. While Sean Hannity was born in 1961, he's 9 years older than me. His grandparents immigrated from Ireland in the late 1800s and early 1900s. During this period, legal channels were fundamentally different from the complex visa and green card systems of 2026. So they were different. Were they easier? Here's the process. I mean, did he just walk across the border and say, I want to stay in America? Okay, here's the process that they would have navigated. The open door era. Isn't this ironic? Isn't this fucking ironic? Look what I'm reading from. This is ridiculous. This is utterly ridiculous. Look at this. This is what I'm reading from. It's literally called the open door era. He must have come. His grandparents must have come in the Biden era, y'all. His grandparents, according to him, his grandparents lived in the Biden era. What the fuck? Look at this bullshit. The open door era. You mean his parents just walked in? They didn't ask for permission? Jesus. When the first of his grandparents arrived in the U.S. had almost no numerical limits on European immigration. Sounds like he's a, what do they call it? A DEI immigrant. Okay. There were no visas required from the consulate in Ireland. They didn't even require a fucking visa. And he's talking about, we did it the right way. Interesting. Okay. The main requirement, you essentially just had to show up. He just had to. That's it. He did it the right way. You see how much bullshit this is? You see that? Look, let me just make this very, very clear. This man right here, his grandparents just walked in to the fucking United States of America in something that's called what? The open door era. Look at this. You see him? This is his grandparents' story. Sean Hannity, this is his grandparents' story here. The open door era, pre-1921, when the first of his grandparents arrived in the U.S., they had no numerical limits on European immigrants. That means as many could come as they wanted. There were no visas required from a consulate in Ireland. The main requirement was you essentially just had to show up. So Sean Hannity says his grandparents did it the right way. They just showed up. That's literally what he's saying. The legal hurdle. The primary legal check happened at the port of entry. Like Ellis Island, immigrants were inspected for contagious diseases. Look, you could get in as long as you didn't have a contagious disease. Tuberculosis, mental deficiency, or signs that they would become a public charge, meaning they were too poor or sick to support themselves. And how poor was that? I mean, we dealing with the 1800s. You had to be real fucking poor to even be considered poor, because everybody was fucking poor back then. You know what I'm saying? It's facts. Everyone was fucking poor. I mean, you really think the wealth gap wasn't more extreme you know what I'm saying, back then than it is today? Sorry. I mean, we complain about today and it's bad today, but it was worse then. Look, literacy test. Okay, if any of his grandparents arrived in 1917, they faced a new legal requirement. They had to prove they could read and write in their own language, not in English, in Irish. Even though they speak English, it's just a joke. But you see how interesting this is? I mean, if you don't look it up, you would never know, because this guy says this shit all the time. What does he say? My grandparents came here the right way. Oh, yeah. The right way is literally for them. They could just walk in. Yeah, this is the first major restrictive law. I mean, yeah, so at the very harshest, they would have to prove that they could what? Read and write in their own language. So if their own language was Spanish, they would have to prove that. The quota system. If they arrived in the 1920s, they had to fall within the national origins quota preference. The 1924 Johnson-Reed Act was designed specifically to favor immigrants from Northern and Western Europe, like Ireland and the UK, over those from Southern and Eastern Europe. It's a DEI. He had a DEI immigration status. That's what he had, you know? Yeah. It was DEI. Was it earned? Was it earned? What do you think? Do you think they earned it? Or was it, given to them because of DEI? The benefit because of the racial and ethnic preference in the law at the time. Damn, they just break it down like that? What the hell? Shit. Okay, I didn't know that. Damn, that's deep. This is official business. Look, the benefit, because of the racial and ethnic preference in the law at that time, Irish immigrants had a much easier legal channel than most any other group. Look at this motherfucker. Sean Hannity talks a whole lot of fucking shit. He talks a whole heaping lot of shit. Seriously, this is embarrassing. I mean, and isn't it always like that? Like the people that talk the most shit did the least amount of work, had it the easiest, and he's out there talking about they did it the right way. Yours should too. No, you the motherfucker who really got over. You trying to tell other people to work harder than you? Okay, motherfucker. All right. Because of the racial, ethnic, and preference in the law at the time, Irish immigrants had a much easier legal channel than almost any other group. The law, and that means any other group. That means like Danish, German, seriously, this is crazy, right? Italian, right? The law practically kept the door wide open for them while slamming it shut for others. Damn. Naturalization, citizen channel. To become full citizens, they had to follow a specific 2-step process. That's all? What the fuck? Oh, shit. Declaration of intention, often called first papers. They had to formally state their intent to renounce the British Crown, which still ruled Ireland at the time and became a U.S. citizen. Petition for naturalization. After living in the U.S. for 5 years, they filed second papers, which required two witnesses to swear they were of good moral character and loyal to the Constitution. So that's Sean Hannity's story. It essentially says his grandparents had the easiest time of any immigrants in the country at that time, and that they essentially just had to show up and they were given asylum as long as they weren't sickly or poor looking in the 1900s. I mean, again, to look poor in the 1900s, you had to look really fucking poor, because those were not good times. Turn of the century, So yeah, that's Sean Hannity. Let's hear him bitch about Europe a little more now.
We honestly don't need them, but they really need us badly. They are unreliable. They are pathetically weak allies.
You hear this motherfucker? He's literally going ham on Europe right now. Do you hear this? This motherfucker is he's a motherfucker. This is the worst kind of immigrant, because think about it. His family had it easy immigrating to the U.S. And look at all the shit he's talking about. He's talking about Europe like it's nothing. This is, and he has some fucking nerve, because let me tell you, Europe, I'm sorry, it is run better than, I don't want to generalize all the time, but we can learn something from Europeans. We can learn something a lot from Europeans. Americans can. And I think that's the mistake we make. Europeans have learned a lot from Americans, but we didn't do our part because we don't think we can learn from anyone else. And so we don't. And we also let our media play into that. Our media doesn't encourage us to learn anything about Europe, to know anything about Europe. Our legacy media completely locks us off from any knowledge about Europe, practical knowledge. You see what I'm saying? And that's what counts at the end of the day. We don't need to know about the exotic Europe. We need to know about the practical Europe. You see what I mean? So that we can make better choices about what we're doing in the U.S. And so we could judge how fair we are living. How good do we have it in compared to someone else? That's how you got to do it. That's how you know. If you don't know what excellent is or what horrible is, you don't know where you fit in between. You see what I mean? And so you need something. But this guy's really, this is Fox News. Sean Hannity's an immigrant. He's second generation immigrant, and he's going ham on Europe.
Security. And I'm just sorry to say this. NATO in Europe is finished. We honestly don't need them, but they really need us badly. They are unreliable. They are.
This is utter bullshit. This is utter everyone. If you're smart, you can borrow from everyone. If you're smart, you have relationships that are you have a vast network. That's what makes you rich. You see what I mean? That's what makes you powerful. And he is besaking, like he is basically doing what Trump is doing. He's pushing everyone else away from the U.S. by saying these things. I mean, he's got some nerve saying this. I don't know what kind of game he thinks he's running on people. But the gig is up, Sean Hannity. Like, nobody believes you, man. American people, like, he's talking to the American base. He doesn't think Europeans are hearing this, but Europeans need to hear what right-wing media is like in the United States, because they have stooped to these levels. And this is not new. This is not new. So
pathetically weak allies. These countries allowed unfettered immigration with no assimilation, enforcing strict laws.
That's crazy. That's not a lie. That's a lie. He's bullshitting people. These countries allow unfettered immigration without integration. No, Denmark. Everybody, when you come to Denmark, I don't know if it's mandatory, this integration thing, but you have a couple of years where it's free, but it's encouraged so that you can take language classes, right? That is encouraged, but it's for free. I don't know if it's still for free. It used to be for free, right? And You know, I don't know what he's talking about. See, I think he's confused. And what happens when you show up in Europe, just to give you an idea, or in Denmark, for example, maybe it's different in different countries. When you show up here, if you don't have a job, you will get directed to how to get one. That's what happens. And you will start off maybe going to language school, right? They have something called a job center. And the reason why they have this job center is the job center can help you find a job, but it's paid for by the taxes. So it's a center there that's designed to help you find a job. They got a whole huge Rolodex of possibilities, depending on who you are, depending on your education. And so someone is paid to help you find a job. Now, that's part of immigration, but there's also language school. And in the language school, you learn about the culture, too. So while you're learning the language, you learn other things about Denmark. And so I really don't know what the fuck Sean Hannity's talking about when he says that. Immigration is harder in a lot of European countries. Sean Hannity probably doesn't recognize that. But here's the thing. Europe is not America. The United States of America and all American countries were founded on colonialism. Europe wasn't. So you see what I mean? Hence, they have their own language. Hence, they have their own distinct ethnic groups. They have their own history. The United States is a different type of nation. It's not the type of nation that has been seen before in the past. It is totally built upon immigration, pretty much outside of the Native Americans. But very few Native Americans even exist today in the United States of America. Most of them are in Central and South America and in Canada. Our country has very, very few, and we do not treat them well at all. You see, we treat them worse than in comparison to Greenland natives and United States natives, there's no comparison. There's zero comparison. In Greenland, you're taught a native language from your birth and all your schooling. If you're a migrant to Greenland and you go to school, you learn their language. That's a native language. You see what I mean? That's how it works there. They have 5 weeks vacation. They have education, access to healthcare. It's universal. You see what I mean? That's not what's going on in the United States of America. That's not what's going on. So, again, basically, you have to be smart enough to know that Sean Hannity is essentially only talking to American citizens here because Europeans know that he is full of shit what he's saying. The only thing Europeans don't understand is why the fuck are they so easy to go for this shit? That is a problem. That is a problem. What he is doing is not fucking cool at all. It's not cool on any level. It's just not cool to be a person like that. Of any color, of any race, of any ethnicity, of any gender, of any sexual orientation, of anything. This is not a cool human being. He's a drag on the globe. He's a drag. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker's lame. He is lame. Can you get a worse right wing than this? You could at least have a little more couth, Sean Hannity. Have a little more respect. You can still be right wing and not just be disgustingly foul about it. Disrespectful to yourself, man. Disrespectful to Irish people. Disrespectful to Irish people, man. His own goddamn ancestry. And he's pure Irish, and that makes it even worse. It's like, damn, man, you don't even have confusion to be an excuse of like, damn, am I this or am I that? No, you're 100% full-blooded Irish, and you fucking talk down. Man, this guy.
Crackdown on free speech while allowing Islamic extremism to go unchecked. Sharia speech.
He's talking about Europe.
Honestly don't need them, but they really need us badly. And I'm just sorry to say this, NATO in Europe is finished. We honestly don't need them. NATO in Europe is finished. We honestly don't need them, but they really need us. Europe is finished. We honestly don't need them. In Europe is finished. Europe is finished. Europe is finished. In Europe is finished. We honestly don't need them. Finished. We don't need them. But they really need us badly. We don't need them. But they really need us badly. Finished. We honestly don't need them. But they really need us badly. Finished. We honestly don't need them. But they really need us badly. We honestly don't need them. But they really need us badly. We honestly don't need them. We honestly don't need them.
This guy is a piece of shit, man.
We honestly don't need them, but they really need us badly. They are unreliable. They are pathetically weak allies. These countries allowed unfettered immigration with no assimilation, enforcing strict laws that crack down on free speech while allowing Islamic extremism to go unchecked. Sharia courts in Great Britain, over 80 of them, no-go zones throughout Europe where police can't go in, fire departments can't go in. And for decades, when it comes to national defense, NATO nations and
you know what he does? He describes, like areas like you have maybe in the U.S. that might be dangerous, right? He describes the whole country like that. It's I'm sorry, but it pays to travel to places and visit them so you don't have to rely on someone like Sean Hannity to tell you something, because quite frankly, he's not your friend. He's not going to help you out. I'm talking to right-wing Americans. Like, he's not helping any MAGA person know anything about the world, It's sad.
Europe, they have enjoyed a mostly free ride. Take a look at your screen. America's defense spending eclipses all of NATO combined. The U.S. is also the largest source of funding for the war in Ukraine. It would be on their continent.
Look, he's tripping. Of course, the U.S.'s budget is bigger than any other. Is because we have more people. We have 350 million people, man. What the fuck is he talking about? Notice he didn't say per person. He didn't say per person. You see what I mean? And, it's not, I don't even think it's the highest. I think a couple of NATO nations spend even more per person than the U.S. at this point, But he's continuing to lie. That's a good place to start. Let me see here. Per person, which nations in NATO spend the most? Let me just double check that. It changes from time to time, but this guy, in any case, let's see here. I mean, maybe it's up now because we just gave a whopping $1 trillion, you know what I'm saying, to our military just the other day. So look, it says annual spending. Okay, well, the U.S. is number one, you know what I'm saying, per person. Wait a second, but why is it so high? Let me see something. Why is it so high? What does it say? Okay, what does it say here? It says the Baltic surge. Countries like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania spend less per person in raw dollars, around 900 to 100 and 1,100 compared to Norway, but they spend the most as a percentage of their income. So you see that, right? So there's some different ways to break that down, and it depends on the income, right? And it's not just so transparent the way he makes it sound. Obviously, if you make less per person, then you shouldn't be spending more, right, to be in the club, should you? That wouldn't be right. But that's what Sean Hannity is proposing, and he's just outright dissing Europe on this matter. Now, let me see here. The rich nation factor. You'll notice Norway and Denmark consistently rank higher. This isn't just because they have large militaries. It's because they have very high cost of living and high salaries for the soldiers, which inflates the per person cost of maintaining military. So they pay their soldiers more. Did y'all hear that, American soldiers? Yeah, there you have it. Right. So most per person GDP, that's actually Danish and Norwegian soldiers. Damn, that's deep. Yeah, that's deep, yo. Hold on, let me see here. Which soldiers get paid more in NATO? Let's see here. I'm just curious about that. I just want to get a full list. Let me see here. Now, the soldiers that get paid more, right, here we go. Here's the list, y'all. Just so you know, while Sean Hannity's bitching, you know, keep in mind what Sean Hannity just said to everybody, right? Here's how we treat our soldiers in terms of pay versus others, right? Norway tops the scale, between $45,000 and $55,000 per soldier, right? That's your salary, right? Now let me make sure I'm not right. Right, exactly. Canada, between $42,000 and $48,000, right? A year. Germany, between $38,000 and $45,000. Strong benefits, competitive entry level pay. Right. USA, $30,000 to $36,000. Lower base, right? There you go. So yeah. So the US our soldiers get paid significantly less than Norwegian and Danish soldiers, and even less than significantly lesser than even German soldiers. You see what I'm saying? You know, that's crazy, right? I mean, just so you know, and on top of it, just to make this very clear also, everyone in a Norwegian soldier, everyone that's akin to them has universal health care. Everyone that is akin to them has universal education. Everyone that is akin to them has 5 weeks vacation. Everyone that is akin to them, doesn't matter if they served in the military or they're married to the soldier or not, everyone that's akin to them has elder care. Everyone that's akin to them has a year off from work when they have a newborn child in their family. You know, these are the things that we need to think about. But it's just, since Sean Hannity is talking shit, let's get some facts in there too, not just his rhetoric, right? So let's go.
It's obvious proximity to the rest of Europe. To put it bluntly, NATO is nothing without the U.S., and sadly, they are collapsing as a continent and as individual countries as well. Never mind them embracing radical...
Nah, somebody said, by that logic, Norwegian soldiers should be... No, man. Why do you always advocate for less money for Americans? Americans are starving, man. Why do you guys beat each other? Oh, why do you guys like to suffer? What the fuck? Your salary is too low. What the fuck are you talking about? Did you just not hear me say that Norwegian soldiers, not only do they get paid this, not only do Danish soldiers get paid this, but everyone akin to them has universal health care. That means they don't have to be married to them. Everyone akin to them has universal health care. Everyone akin to them has paid education, right? Akin. You see what I'm saying? You shouldn't be so willing to lower your standards and expect everyone to lower your standards. What's wrong with you, man? Why don't you just ask for more money, man? Why don't you just demand more rights? You pay taxes. It's not less money. It's the money we have for the amount of people. Most European countries are the size of... Yay, man. I have no... Listen, again, I think you're a billionaire splaining. I think that's what you're doing. I think you are anti-civil rights splaining and CRX. And that's typical for Americans, because Americans basically are far below European standards when it comes to the average one, you know, and that is true. I guess you submit that much yourself. But you should think about, you know, whether you think it's okay that everyone has elder care. Apparently you don't, as an American. Again, this is a learning experience for Europeans watching this. Americans consistently, you have some Americans that claim that they don't want universal health care. They don't want they don't want universal education. They don't want universal elder care. They don't want fair housing. Americans like a $7 an hour minimum wage in Texas. There's a lot of Americans that live in Texas that think that's fine. They hate union jobs, right? They like being exploited by employers. They like being ripped off. I mean, it just goes on and on and on, you know? And, you know, I don't know what to say, man. I wish that Americans could learn a little something from Europeans so they have something to compare themselves with. Now, CR, I'm about to be out. CRRX, I see you got your account made last year, March 11th, exactly 1 year ago. So I'm just going to assume what I'm going to consume. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to assume what I can assume from that. You know what I'm saying? So maybe you're not American. Maybe, you know, maybe you're just out here to confuse people in the chaos. But my advice is that you could demand more. You could demand more for yourself, you know, given the taxes you pay. I would suggest every American to look into that and not look into it too generalistically. Like, get into some of the detail, you know. But in any case, I'm out. Fuck Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity is another hypocrite. You know, same talking points. You know what I mean? He doesn't live in a country that pays his military shit. We don't take care of our military in the U.S. We don't take care of American families in the U.S. We don't value Americans in the U.S. We don't. It is the law of the jungle. It is each man to his own, survival of the fittest. It's a rat race. And if that's the best, you know, that folks want, then that's what folks are going to get. You know, me, I'm so privileged to not live in the United States of America. I live in Denmark. I'm so privileged. You know, and I'm sorry, I have learned what it's like to not waste a whole lot of fucking time with dumbasses. You see what I mean? Trust me, dumbasses will have you spending way more energy on nothing. You see what I mean? And I just encourage people to not follow the dumbasses. You deserve better. Trust me, I know, because I am one of you, and I grew up in the United States of America myself, Washington, D.C., okay, born and raised. So I lived 30 years before I even lived outside of the U.S. I've traveled a lot, though. But so I know the difference. You see what I mean? So I'm not here to lie to any American citizen. I'm telling you, we deserve better for our labor. We deserve better from our representatives. They are all fucking us over and getting paid from our tax dollars. You cannot have pride in yourself while being walked all over. So on that note, I'm going to be out. I will catch everybody later on today in the next, what is it, 6 hours from now. I see y'all. Peace, baby. Love everybody. All right. We will be back. I will be back soon. All right. Thanks for a great stream. I appreciate that. Here we go. Fuck Donald J. Trump. Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump. See you later. Impeach Trump. Release the Epstein files. Peace, y'all.
I traveled the globe just to gain perspective. The theory of relativity applied. Of course, it took a while to decide how I should proceed, but either my life is truly based upon need. So I move forward with more deliberate speed. Smash corny motherfuckers that stuck on greed. My seed is worth more than $1 million in future stock. The goal is to break the safe, the padlock. Mad cats can't stop it, eat a rocket. Your style is boring and cold, mine is tropic. Battles you want, commit, you'll change the topic. My partner should get to put your beat in the pocket. So this nigga here can proceed to destroy your stereotypical pop rap gangsta ploy. Not hating on niggas from the ghetto, but I'm hating on copycat rappers from the meadow. They procreate bullshit without paying a price. That's like talking about CeeLo with no dice. I drink milk, but that's about it. I won't compare dairy MCs to dope shit. I want you full undivided in this here place. One thing to entertain and to educate. Your bum ass niggas and your non-believers. You know we change your membrane every time you see us. The odds can't stand the way we make away ease. The way we get love from the finest ladies. Oh my son, oh here comes another one. About to take it to the place that lies under the sun.
Ladies and gentlemen.
They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Leaving 7 rows to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers. Cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't dare, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to